stages of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. A big hello to those who are just joining us on the live stream. Corner kick taken over on the far side, taken quickly. And that will go back to the goalkeeper, or JYFCA. Quite a cagey start, really, truth be told, in the opening stages of the tournament. But JYFCA are in here and get the shot away, right down the barrel in the end. The goalkeeper who's sporting the Arsenal strip. And JYFCA once again, this time skewed shot over on the right hand side. But Monstars will progress down the left and then pushed infield. Monstars driving forward down the centre of the park, kept over on the left hand side, then pushed back, shot from distance. He angles an effort forward certainly, but it's blocked, and JYFCA hold strong and roll down the channel over on the left hand side. Cut away and moving forward for JYFCA. Steering field. Monsters come forward. As the player in the orange boots curls it down the channel. That's cut out. And JYFCA just powers his way forward. He beat one, he beat two, and eventually is felled by a tall centre half in the sunglasses. It's not that sunny, but he's chosen to sport them today. Monstars FC, effort from distance. Again, the ball racing from left to right. If you blink, you'll miss quite a lot of action. And of course, our camera operators who are here with us today will know the challenges of keeping up with each kick of the ball. And JFC have given it away to Monsters. He's through on goal, and he really should have made that 1-0. We haven't had our first goal yet of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. We should have there, inches away, but maybe they can make it count now. Poked through once again. Can he redeem himself? No, he can't. Poked back home and to safety. Wouldn't be allowed in. Of course, 11-a-side, it would be a pass back, but most things go here in this type of tournament. JYFCA just showing a couple of leaks at the back there. They've got to be careful as it's dropped over the top. Big power in centre forward. He's got so much upper body strength, certainly, and he's proven to be quite a handful there in the middle of the park. Monstars rolls his man, left-footed, drive from distance, takes a deflection, goes back to the goalkeeper, and he has the ball to safety. So the next game after this is Manchester United. I wonder who they're named after. And the False Prophets. Manchester United in white and False Prophets in navy blue. Well, there's certainly action that's happened on the other field. You can catch both of the games on the live stream, but still goalless here as Monstars take on JYFCA in the 8-minute game, a series of 8-minute games, battling to top their group, give themselves the best opportunity. Certainly felt a pullback there, and the referee saw that to be perfectly legal, but Monstars still going. And once again, tension starting to boil over on pitch one. The referees just stop things now. Calm things down. And pitch one ends in a goalless draw once again. Will we see goals at this tournament? I wonder if Manchester United may bring that. The False Prophets possibly may as well. Hopefully, we are about to see a goal fest in Game 3 of the HFC Revival Football Tournament here at the Millbank Centre in Croydon. Monstars FC 0, JYFCA 0. And despite the goalless draws, they've been perfectly entertaining, of course. I've been impressed with some of the football that we've seen on show. Slightly blunt in attack so far, but they will find their rhythm, no doubt. And of course, points are so crucial in this tournament. They won't get too many opportunities to gain advantages on the other sides that are in the tournament, so they'll be hoping and pushing forward. But it's a brilliant day. It's a fantastic event. It's great to see everybody come together in a community. I watched the group stage draw on Thursday. Of course, it means a lot to them here in this community. Mahmood Khan touching upon the fact about changing stereotypes. And I'm really, really impressed with what we've seen today. It's such a lovely, welcoming atmosphere. I'm really pleased to be a part of it. Of course, I'm your matchday commentator, Ryan Bromlow. My commentator duo, if you like, is over on the far side, Warren Muggerton, who's covering action on pitch too. I am told that we will see a roaming co-commentator sooner or later to give you a little bit more detail on the players. He knows them much better than we do. But we are seeing an entertaining contest, and we have seen in the first two games, that's for sure. Manchester United in white over on the left-hand side, and False Prophets in navy blue. So they're the opponents. And match 3 in the HFC Revival Football Tournament is underway. As it's chopped inside, early pressure for Manchester United, but they've had their pocket picked and it's off the post. It's a stinging shot. It pummels the left-hand upright. And the False Prophets, there's nothing false about that attack. They are real, they are true. And he hit that shot true. Bounced off the woodwork with a thud. And the False Prophets coming forward again, bounces through, deflection, gets the shots off. And the goalkeeper sprawls to his left-hand side and just smothers the ball in his midriff. Just about managed to clamber onto that. As play continues. Hurling ball down the centre. And a free kick here for Manchester United. You can hear the sidelines encouraging their side to keep hold of possession, and once again the False Prophets get onto the ball and deliver a thunderous strike from distance. Goalkeeper once again tested. He's had his goal peppered in the opening stages of the third game in the HFC Revival Football Tournament between Manchester United and the False Prophets. If you're just joining us, the first two games ended in goalless draws. Al Noor taking on Essex Regiment 0-0, and of course Monstars FC against JYFCA yet to register. But here come the False Prophets, who are pushing forward, right hand side. Pop through the legs, still going. Touch tight to the far cage. And shown plenty of composure in their play. The False Prophets so far. And still going right across the fray, down the centre. Can't keep hold of possession. Manchester United give it back to them though, and the shot comes off, deflected. Left-hand side of the penalty area. Really starting to give them a headache early on, the False Prophets. But Manchester United just need to regroup. As he go forward the ball, but he's give the ball away once again, and the strike stinging from close range, smashes off the turf, up into the air, and pushed over the top of the crossbar. Over on the far side. So they will start again. Manchester United, the redeeming feature, if you like, about the first 3 to 4 minutes is the fact that they haven't conceded a goal and starting to show some signs of recovery down the left-hand side, given away by the boy in the orange boots and pushed inside for the False Prophets. Centrally, driven down Middle of the park, Manchester United desperately trying to win the ball back, and they do well to get it back to their goalkeeper. More pressure once again, forced into the feet really from the goalkeeper. He's just got to be careful. They need to get onto the ball, keep possession, just gather some momentum. They keep giving the ball away, and the shot comes again to the right-hand side this time. It's a powerful save. He got down well to the left-hand upright and palms the ball to safety. But Manchester United are starting to feel the burn of the false prophets. And they come again, right-footed, just has the ball nicked off his foot, but tenacious in the tackle, and it comes back again. The false prophets still moving forward, and then forced back quite quickly. Comes out of his penalty area with the chain, and over to the left-hand side. False prophets camped on the edge of the penalty area of Manchester United. As the false prophets living up to their name. It's a throw-in here on this near side. Taken quickly, shot comes in. Goalkeeper down quickly. Smart save from him. Manchester United with some space here. Left-hand side, poke through the centre. Oh, the goalkeeper comes rushing out, deals with it, but on the follow-up, and another fine save for the false prophets. Manchester United just broken down the channel there, and we possibly thought that they'd gained some momentum, but not on that occasion. And they're still going down the centre. Goalkeeper holds onto it once again, despite the frustrations. Manchester United looking to build from the back. Unable to, then through the gap, and false prophets angling for a shot here, just about over on the left-hand side. Still yet to see a goal on pitch one. I'm wondering if it'll ever happen, as the false prophets poke it over on the right-hand side. I'm sure it will. We've got plenty of games in store right throughout the evening. Sit back. If you're watching at home, go and give yourself a cup of tea and relax as the false prophets move forward down the centre, looking to end the goalless duck that this pitch one has almost been cursed as the moments in time. But I'm sure we will see a goal sooner or later. Will it come from Manchester United or the false prophets? That's the question. This moment in time, Manchester United have just shown their strength on the counter, which struggled to really keep hold of possession and show any real composure at the back at times. Need to be careful. Some lively press from the false prophets. Right-footed, steered inside. Can they break open the resolve of Manchester United? Right-hand side. Backs into the cage. Takes the free kick quickly. False prophets back towards goal. Steers it back to the centre half. Oh, and that was clumsy, but he seemed composed enough there. Comfortably saw that back to his goalkeeper, despite the deflection, despite the press. And the false prophets move forward again, undeterred by that counter-attack. Shot comes in from distance, rebounds, and then the deflection and the block. Enough to hold off the false prophets. It's now in the middle of the park. On the near side, the false prophets poke it down the channel, and it's rolled away here. Manchester United coming forward. It's an ambitious attempt really into the penalty area. Smacks off the right boot, and that's the third game in the HFC Revival Football Tournament on pitch one that's ended in a goalless draw. Nothing can separate these two sides at the moment. Essex 0-0 in their opening game with Al Noor. And then we see Monstars take on JYFCA. That also ended in a goalless draw. And our third game there, Manchester United against the False Prophets. Connects a 3. Sort of ended without a goal. And now Monstars FC, who are in green. And Al Noor will do battle in the fourth game. Slight lull in action here as we ready ourselves. Monstars starting to head on to the field of play with Al Noor. So re-jog your memory that Monstars are in green and Al Noor are in blue. A real mixture of blue. Mia in a Chelsea shirt, sporting the number 17, a Crystal Palace shirt also. The tall centre half at the back, just in a plain camber blue. And then for Monstars, they all wear the green bib, apart from the outlier in the green boots and with the Celtic shirts. So as the group stands, there's very little to separate any side. They're all on 1 point. Of course, the group runs from Essex, Monstars FC, the False Prophets, Manchester United, JYFCA, and Al Noor. All on 1 point. Monstars and Al Noor now have the opportunity to change that. Of course, the winner of this game will go top of the group. And those that have just finished the action on pitch 2 need to head off this field of play for us to get started. And of course, those that are coming onto pitch 2 need to head on to the field of play before we can get started in game 4 of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Of course, after 7 o'clock we are going to see the over 34s, that group in order of Stanmore B, Stanmore A, Husseini All-Stars, who I'm told are the pre-tournament favourites coming into this one, Hyderi Heroes, Dewey Chaiwala and George's Best. Of course, there's certainly Manchester United connections throughout the two teams. We've seen that in Group A with Manchester United. They've just played in white, ended in a goalless draw. And we've also seen, of course, George's Best, named after Manchester United's goal-scoring attacker, George Best. The calm before the storm. The fourth game, Monstars FC against Al Noor. And we're on the way. Nearly. And over on the right-hand side, Monstars lose the ball. Quick play here by Al Noor. Push it down the centre, but Monstars onto it quickly and prods it forward towards the centre of the penalty area. Goalkeeper saw sight of that early and dealt with it early. Pushed infield, Monstars win it back, right-footed, stinging drive towards goal. Bounces off the knee of the tall centre half. Monstars coming forward again, right-hand side. Still going here. Unable to gather much momentum. And here come Al Noor, right-footed, inside. Under pressure and harried in the orange boots. Tracking down Al Noor as they go down the left-hand side. A real mixture of chaos, and the shot comes in. It's sprawled and bundled out of the penalty area. Monstars just hankering and holding onto the ball in the middle of the park. Still going here, Monstars. Wriggles and rolls the challenge of Mia, number 17. We must ask Mia who his Chelsea hero is. And is he looking to emulate him today? I'm guessing he's a Chelsea fan. It may just be a Chelsea shirt that he's borrowed, but I'm sure that is his own kit. Monstars moving forward down the right-hand side. Just trying to work out their opponent, but Al Noor have picked the pocket over on the left flank. Still going, right-footed. Adidas tracksuits are all the trends. And the left winger is wearing one over on the left-hand side. His pass in field. Harried down by the right-hand attacker. So Monsters progress down the left. Quick interchange. A real change in direction there from Monsters, but he's given the ball away, and Al Noor will progress down the left-hand side. Poke forward. Rolls over the white ball line to the penalty area. And off the cage. And back in the territory of Monstars FC. Here they come. Left-footed, white boots. Back inside. Still going. He's lost it. And Al Noor will come forward. Deflected. Bounces away. Over to our left-hand side. The referee's called a halt to that. And we are right in the media centre here. Today we are seeing interviews that are happening behind us as well. The main organisers here. Really delighted by what they have put on. It's a studded event for a community that certainly deserve it. After a year of COVID, as Al Noor come forward, right-footed, shot comes away! And he drills a second attempt. He latched on to the bounce-back ball. And it rattles the cage behind Monstars FC as they come forward, left-footed, and they build from the back. Here's Monstars, dribbles inside, packs a punch. The tall centre half. Al Noor have rescued it back, but the press comes again from Monstars. Rolls down the channel. And they're coming again. Under pressure. Poke back to the goalkeeper. And he in the Arsenal strip rolls it out. And away to safety. So Monstars hurling forward in the middle of the park. Lose out to Al Noor, who latch onto it quickly and squeeze it down the channel. Poke forward, and it's just towards the near post. It nearly creeped inside, but just inches away from giving us the first goal in the Hyderi football tournament. But Al Noor's still going. They are hungry for it. They want to be the first side on pitch one to score one and make a difference. But Monstars now, with an effort of their own, bounces off the cage with a real thud. Now Al Noor come forward. It's end-to-end stuff here as we head towards a climax of this fourth entertaining game in the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Shot comes off. It does take a deflection. Goalkeeper couldn't handle it first time. It was too hot to handle. And he lets go but wins it back and keeps hold of it for Monstars FC. So holding off the challenge of Mia. They progress down the right channel. And Monstars still going, right-footed, poked out towards this near side. They've lost it. Al Noor once again, always looking for that through ball. Down the centre, unable to execute at that time, but he's always an option over on the left-hand side. And he's been found again, left-footed drive, down the throat. Once again, if you feel that he can just be a little bit more clinical, Al Noor could have had a couple of goals in this fourth game. But Monstars collects. Hand drive from distance. It was a centre-half's effort, really. Sailed over the crossbar by some distance. Smashes off the cage. But in a format, really, where there are cages, you can always use it to your advantage. To hold off the attacker, or perhaps just push it into the cage to give yourself a moment of respite. It is an intense 8 minutes that you play constantly focused. Can be draining for these players. They'll be pleased to see that they're not in the heat of yesterday. Of course, yesterday's heat was scorching. A British person would say that, though. But how hot the action will be if it was of temperatures of yesterday remains to be seen, really. But here come Al Noor down the centre. They've lost it. Monstars releases him down the left-hand side. And his effort skims the top of the crossbar on its way back off the cage. And so pitch one, yet to see a goal in the HFC Revival Tournament. Group A, yet to see a goal. And again, scoop down the centre that time. Goalkeeper deals with it comfortably. Releases quickly. Right-hand side, wriggles away. Still going here, Monstars. And they've combined well. Gets it onto the edge of the penalty area. Couldn't dig the ball out under his feet. And the shot is a little left to be desired. He would have wanted a little bit more power and purchase on the ball, but he's just unable to latch his foot onto it. And that's just been the trend, really, of the opening stages in this tournament. 6 teams are certainly passionate about wanting to win this, given the opportunity to lift that trophy that resembles the Champions League. The one that you would have saw in the group stage draw that was held on Thursday night, and that's the 4th game that ends in a goalless draw. Incredible scenes, really, in a 5-a-side tournament where the goals are so close together. It's ended in a 0-0 draw, and it almost increases the tension and the interest in a 5th game. 5th game normally sandwiched in between when you've settled into the tournament. Doesn't have much at stake, but at this stage it will mean that they can go top of the group if they win. Yet to see a victory recorded. Monstars FC 0 and Al Noor 0. It does take Monstars FC and Al Noor into the lead and ascendancy in Group A. But of course, if the trend continues, they'll all cancel each other out. It'd be incredible to see how they're going to determine this if we just get draw after draw after draw, especially with any goals. Normally goal difference is a way that you can determine, of course, if they are locked on the same points. So how is this going to transpire? Who is going to take the lead? Who's going to take the bull by the horns and lock themselves into the contest? Well, the False Prophets are up next against Essex in the 5th game of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Remember, of course, that these fixtures will go long into the night. We're heading for a 20-7 finish of the open age group stage games. Of course, then we will see the over 34s, and that will be a really interesting contest. And then the knockout stages to follow. Both pitches alive with football action, with community spirit, and that's what it's all about. Some teams will have come to really win this and want to stake a claim and their name on that trophy, and some will just come to have taken part, and that's what it's all about. That's what we have come to see. The training has certainly intensified over on the left-hand side, which you can't see on the camera in the live stream. Activity clearly key, and training clearly key to prepare themselves for this contest. So we are to see the False Prophets against Essex in the 5th game of the HFC Revival Tournament. It's a great opportunity as well to watch yourself back if you've been involved in the events. Of course, you might be listening to us back now after you've watched the live stream. What a great thing to be involved in, a great thing to be a part of. False Prophets against Essex. Can someone open the deadlock? Of course, the False Prophets, to differentiate themselves from Essex, are sporting green luminous bibs. And a great opportunity for us now to see another entertaining game of football. At the back, we see the False Prophets coming forward, hoping to win the first game on pitch 1 and score the first goal. Of course, if you score the first goal, it's likely that you're going to win the first game, because we've yet to see that just yet. Steered through the centre, right-footed drive. That's down the throat of the goalkeeper. He's just pushed it out, though. And Essex come forward, right-footed. He's certainly a tricky customer in the middle, but False Prophets quick on the counter. Rolls down the channel to the right-hand side, over the white ball line, and bowled out. And here come the False Prophets, touch tight to the cage. Slams up against it, steered in field. Essex coming forward, they progress down the channel. And we'll just hold on to the ball for a moment or two. Maintain that composure. And here come Essex. A box of tricks shown there from the middle maestro. And he's slammed it inside. That's cleared away. Essex come forward again. Thumps his ball forward from the edge of his own penalty area. And then bowled out into the middle of the park. False Prophets hoping to send themselves into the lead and send themselves into a victory. And Essex with the same ambition and the same aim, and they've won it back on the edge of the penalty area. Rolled out to the left, touch tight to the cage. Comes off the back of the centre half. Still travelling down the left, but he's lost it, and the False Prophets coming forward. They have an attacker free, right-hand side, shaping to shoot. He wraps his foot onto the post. So close. Inches away from gifting the first goal on pitch 1 in the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Almost takes the paint off the woodwork with the strike. And again, some clever movements. Working his way forward. Essex have picked the pocket. It's 2-on-3 here. Stabbed inside. Under pressure. Hounding and harrying. Tripping onto the back of his heels. With every move, with every step. But the ball has stopped momentarily. And play has stopped momentarily. These games normally do mean the most in the tournament, because they are the games where you have to grind out those results. And they're coming forward down the left-hand side. False Prophets release the centre midfielder from distance, and he rolls it down the channel, unable to find that space needed. Jammed himself in between two players, gets the shot away, and it just squeezed a deflection. And back to the goalkeeper, who clears his lines. So the action unfolding there over on the left-hand side. As the False Prophets move gently with the ball. It's a great mixture of different teams that they all support as well. As he bowls it out in the Arsenal strip. I think it's Arsenal, we just about can see from here. The False Prophets gliding forward in the centre. Shot comes off, deflected, still going. He keeps holding the ball. Free kick. Looks to be taken quickly. Chaiwala gets the shot from distance, out of his haunches, and he just couldn't get it anywhere near the goal on that occasion. Airy ball played down the right-hand side. An aimless pass, really, from JYFCA, who are really going to struggle to trouble with aimless passes of that nature. Manchester United rolling down the channel. He jumps over the ball, right-hand side. The left back comes pounding into him, closes down the angle. The shot's unable to be delivered, and it's a touch in over on the far side. Held in the corner. JYFCA pushes the ball back to his goalkeeper. And now we have seen a goal on pitch one and in Group A. That might just open things up here. Might play with a little bit more freedom. Again, another attempt from distance. The goalkeeper's lost it. He's not shown confidence there. And Manchester United couldn't make the blunder count. Just didn't get the purchase on the catch, really, the goalkeeper. Manchester United hoping to get the purchase on this game, and it goes through the centre. Unable to really trouble. JYFCA have held strong defensively, really, really strong. Rolled out of the penalty area to the right-hand side. Pressure comes, deflected and in. Manchester United take the lead through a deflection. JYFCA, a mix-up in communication at the back, and it's ended up in the back of the net. Manchester United have found their first goal of this tournament. In their second game, and they take the lead in fine fashion. JYFCA keen to restart quite quickly. Manchester United just regrouping and reorganising the shape. But here they come. Shot from distance. Lunging attempt, really, from the tallest man on the field, who looks hungry to turn this one around. Manchester United have something to hold on to now. And of course, with the short nature of the games, they can play for a narrow win that will take them in short distance of the false prophets. Manchester United holding and hounding. Angling for a second here. It was a tight angle, but he managed to brush an effort towards goal. And this particular view allows you to see both games, which is an incredible discovery. As they come forward on the right-hand side, shot comes through the crowd. And the goalkeeper's down well to his left-hand side. He's been a really smart goalkeeper, actually. I've been really impressed by the Manchester United shot stopper. He's been called upon on quite a number of occasions in the two games that they've played in this tournament so far, and he's dealt with every opportunity extremely well. Yet to concede, of course, for Manchester United. So a regroup, of course. We are on pitch one in Group A, and that is Essex, False Prophets, and I'll come back to that in a moment as Manchester United looking for a second. Shot comes in, dropped and left Then the cross from the right-hand side. Passes across the fray. Stumbling forward at pace. And a free kick there for too much of a tight tackle on this near side. Shot driven into the ankles of the JYFCA left back. And you tell them that this is just a friendly tournament. They want to win. JYFCA have not done that on this occasion. Manchester United have won this one by the narrowest of margins, and in fact quite a narrow margin in the way that they scored their opener. They applied the pressure, they closed down the centre half, and they found the opener through a deflection. It takes them into a shared driving seat at the top of Group A. They join the False Prophets on 4 points. And they're yet to be separated now. And after 4 games without a goal, we've seen 2 in quick succession. Al Noor, of course, in similar colours to that of the False Prophets, and so the yellow bibs will be deployed. For Al Noor. A mixture of yellow and orange, but I'm sure we can differentiate the two. Sometimes quite easier when you play tournaments of this nature in a cage to pick out an opponent when they're in a luminous bib. Pick out your own teammates, I should say, actually, when you're in a luminous bib. I found that in the past, I'm sure plenty of players have found that in the past. But we're in that interchange moment once again. The slick operation continues. It's just got a little bit more lively here as the goals start to head into the tournament. We've had 2. Can we see some more in Al Noor versus the False Prophets? I'm sure everybody watching at home is tuning in for that purpose, to see their pal or their best friend or their brother on the live stream and making an impact for one of their sides, whether that be the Essex Regiment, Monstars FC, the False Prophets, Manchester United, JYFCA and Al Noor. The proudest so far are the False Prophets and Manchester United. They lead the group, and the False Prophets are back in action against Al Noor, hoping that may just change some fortunes by way of taking them back to top of Group A. So the False Prophets without the bibs, Al Noor with them, yellow and orange, but you'll be able to work it out. And it's poked through the centre. Shot comes from distance. Al Noor with the first attempt on goal in the 7th game in this tournament on pitch 1. Of course, 7 other games are happening on pitch 2. And the False Prophets wriggle to the left-hand side, push back in play. You have to get your shot off quite quickly in these contests because of the way that a player will close you down in such a tight setting. So steered in field, then held away. False Prophets coming forward down the right-hand side, then popped in field again. Rolls the challenge, still going. False Prophets into the penalty area. Shot comes off, deflected, and then nearly heads into the net. That would have been unfortunate, as he got down well, the goalkeeper, and dealt with the effort extremely well. But some really slick movements. And then the goal scorer from last Plays the ball out to the right-hand side. False Prophets coming forward. Shot from distance. Deflected. Comes off the cage. Rebound accepted. And again, the shot comes back off the cage. Referee continues play. So down the right-hand side, False Prophets have lost it. And they come forward with the ball, right-footed. Away from the boy in the yellow bibs. Al Noor coming forward. And the False Prophets with another attempt on goal. And Al Noor under pressure now to keep hold of possession. As the False Prophets continue to harry down the left-hand side. They've lost it again, so it's pushed all the way back to the goalkeeper in the Arsenal jersey. Steered out to this right-hand side. False Prophets come forward. Down the centre, still going penalty area. Shot comes off. It was a tame effort, really. Gathered very little power on the attempt, and the goalkeeper is down well to his left-hand side, but that wasn't a good clearance from him. He's got away with one there as his centre-half has rescued him from quite a difficult situation. Tempers spilling over here. Just a need to calm down. Tensions are high, we know it means a lot, but of course this is a game where community spirit is at the heart of the tournament, and the reason why this tournament is so popular amongst those watching on, may that be from the live stream or may that be from those here today. So live at the Millbank Centre in Croydon, 7th game of the HFC Revival Football Tournament in Group A. Over on the left-hand side, steered out to the right flank. Shot comes in from distance and it sails over the top of the crossbar. Then the rebound, and that sails over the top of the cage. Have to wait for the ball to come back into play. They struggle to deal with that. Struggle to keep momentum when the ball goes out of the play. There's a little bit of a lull in action. And pitch 1 has seen plenty of it in the last 2 games. Plenty of action, of course, in the first 4 as well, but with no goals to show for it. 2 in the last 2 games. And the action being watched on from supporters, gripped. Of course, they can only watch it from outside the cage, so they have their noses pressed up against the fence, and they've given it away again. And this time the False Prophets make it count. A thunderous return for the False Prophets, who take the lead in this contest. Al Noor undone by some miscommunication. We saw that in the last game. And goals starting to flood into this tournament. That's the 3rd of the tournament, and it's the 2nd for the False Prophets. They've had the lion's share of the goals, they've had the lion's share of the points, and they are heading back to the top of Group A as things stand on 7 points. A great return for them if they can manage that. 2 wins and 1 draw, better than anybody else in the tournament, and to be honest, that's what really matters. They will have their own expectations and standards that they want to set, of course. But they've made a really good showing of their first 3 games. And although they were unable to find a goal in the first, they've made up for it in the 2nd and the 3rd. And they're coming forward again now, the False Prophets. Continuing to trouble those in the yellow and orange luminous jerseys of Al Noor. Shot comes in and it goes into the corner of the left-hand side of Al Noor's goal. It's 2-0. Almost a delayed reaction from the False Prophets. The goalkeeper stuck out a leg. He just couldn't steer it beyond the upright. And they're still going now. The False Prophets have built up plenty of steam. Another Attempt from distance. That time doesn't come to fruition. So the False Prophets lead by 2-0. It's the highest scoreline we've seen so far in the HFC Revival Football Tournament on pitch 1 in Group A. And they're solidifying their place at the top of Group A. I wonder now if they'll just release a little bit of tension, Al Noor, and go for this. Or will they try and apply damage limitation, because the False Prophets are really coming forward with some venom and bite. And they've troubled Al Noor on a number of occasions. Substitution that will happen for the False Prophets. Al Noor once again, though, still keeping to the strategy and plan before the game. Composed as they build the ball out from the back. They come down the right hand side, squeeze down the channel, just evades the left attacker off his boot and into the goal. Keeper's gloves safe and secure, and the False Prophets come again down the centre. Continuing, and still going into the penalty area. Shot comes off. He thought he'd crown it with a beautiful finish. He does have another attempt at goal, and the goalkeeper once again sticks out a leg and denies the False Prophets. The shot comes in again. He's being peppered now. Just needs a little bit of respite here, the goalkeeper. Attempt after attempt for the False Prophets. They are not letting up in any way, shape or form. Still going. In the middle of the park, it's Imran who's glided over and played his pass to the right, and that means that the False Prophets are heading to the top of Group A. The first real statement in this tournament from the False Prophets, and it's come after quite a dominant display against Al Noor. They're certainly frustrated. A couple of those players launching the bibs that they wore, of course, to differentiate themselves from the opposition to the side, and a little bit of anger. And we're hoping for more of that free-flowing football as we head in to the 8th game of the tournament. It's Manchester United in white against Monstars FC. The bibs are back, but Monstars, I think, have wore them all along. Of course, Al Noor just sporting them on the last occasion because they were in a similar jersey colour to that of the False Prophets. But they were on a different level in that last game and continue to be so. So we're into game 8. Manchester United against Monstars FC. Manchester United to our left, Monstars FC to our right. United head to waist in white with the black shorts. In some cases, and in other cases, they're wearing white shorts. Always difficult in tournaments of this nature to describe it fully of what the strip is. And the centre forward has gone all on his own in a completely different direction. He's wearing the orange boots as well. He stands out. He'll be hoping he can stand out on the score sheet as well and add Manchester United a second in the contest. Monstars FC, of course, in the bibs. A mixture of grey, white, black shorts, and then the colour boots. A little bit more luminous on this right-hand side for them. And they get us underway in the middle of the park. Guided back to the goalkeeper. Pushed out to the right-hand side. Then down the channel. Under pressure, the referee's almost been caught up in all of the action. Consumed and enveloped by that opportunity down the right-hand side. Manchester United still come forward, though. Monstars angling for a strike angling for a shot, unable to really gather much momentum. Monstars FC, of course, the previous two games ended in goalless draws against Al Noor and JYFCA. They're hoping for their first goal of the tournament. As for Manchester United, they got their last goal in the last game, a deflection that just evaded the JYFCA goalkeeper. So here they come. They've lost out to Monstars, who want to assert themselves on the league table. Steered out to the right-hand side, pounding forward onto the edge of the penalty area, left-footed on the edge of the box. As the rain starts to pour down here at the Hillbank Centre in Croydon. A refresh for those who are just joining us on pitch 1. It is Group A, comprised of Essex, Monstars FC, the False Prophets, Manchester United, JYFCA, and Al Noor taking part in this individual contest. Manchester United to our left, Monstars FC to our right. Shot from distance, scraping its way across the field and bounding off the cage to the left-hand side. I've been really impressed by the Manchester United's goalkeeper today. He's yet to concede. Of course, he's one of a couple of goalkeepers yet to concede so far. Shot comes through, right-hand side, dribbling and driving with pace and venom. Manchester United haven't really got going yet in this game. Kept hold of possession well and limited Monstars FC to very few chances really. But they've picked the ball back here, and is that the commentator's curse as Monstars come forward? Quick interchange, shot comes off, deflection, and back onto this near side. So that will be taken quickly. Manchester United closing down and still going here. Pushed off the cage. 3 against 3. Shot comes in from distance. He's certainly got hold of that. And he rumbles the cage to our right-hand side. Manchester United coming forward again. Goalkeeper with an outstretched save. Looked more like a camera save. Well, you're on camera now, son. And it was a fine stop from the goalkeeper. Manchester United building up a little bit of momentum. And that goalkeeper, who's shown himself to be a fine shot stopper, rolls the ball out on the right-hand side. Manchester United coming forward, right-footed on this near side. Cross comes in, slammed across the fray. Shouts from the crowd, who aren't happy with the referee's decision-making. They can never be on the right side of the supporters, referees. It's a tough job. And Monstars FC coming forward, and he just couldn't get onto the shot with any real power. It's a clumbering effort, really, truth be told. Monstars FC. When the opportunity came, he saw the headlines. He saw himself on the back of tomorrow's Daily Mirror, but he wasn't to be on that occasion. But Monstars have broken forward and poked it over towards that far side.
Hey Bennett, no running in the area, mate.
Off the cage. Another opening there for Monstars that they fail to take advantage of. 0-0 in the 8th game of the tournament. Manchester United against Monstars FC. Throw in taken quickly. Forward and direct. Route 1. The option for Manchester United, and still going. Shot comes into the midriff of the goalkeeper, dressed head to jersey in green. And Monstars, who are sporting, I'll get my words out eventually, the same colour. Driving forward with the ball. They've got a free kick here, Monstars, that they've taken quickly, right-footed. Loses connection on the ball. And then Manchester United with the pass down the centre. The challenge. Evades over on the left-hand side. And across the fray, just about. Pushes it over to his left-hand side. One real opportunity there for Manchester United to take the lead in this game. And the goalkeeper was down quick and sharp to his left-hand side and smothered any real danger. Monstars coming forward in the middle of the park. Rolling forward, still going. Takes it on his right foot. Always falling to the floor, but gets the shot away. Referees held that action up for a moment.
I know, tactical. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't.
So, free kick for Manchester United. Always looking for that right-hand side route. It's almost like a crossfield pass, isn't it, down the channel, but he's held off his opponent and still going down the right-hand side, then steered in field. Another thunderous save to the left-hand side. The goalkeeper has been called into action on more than one occasion in this game. And boy, has he come up trumps time and time and again. It's a superb stop from the Monstars goalkeeper. You could say it was a monstrous stop, but I won't go that deep in my analysis. It's great to see the community spirit on show here. Really pleasing display of ages all coming together. Sport is the great leveller, and sport is the reason why they're all here. And Manchester United have won it back, and the shot, he didn't trust himself, really didn't give himself the confidence that opportunity granted. He found some space on the right hand side, and instead of just sort of moving forward 1 or 2 yards and then getting the shot away, he's took it first time, and ultimately that has determined nothing has happened in this game. It's another goalless draw. We have seen a trend of them, although we did see a bit of goal scoring action sandwiched in between the goalless draws, but we're back to the 0-0 draws. It's cagey. It means a lot for both these sides, all 6 sides in Group A, and we'll be fascinated to hear how Group B has got on. Of course, they are playing on the second pitch. And in Group B, that's Sharia FC, Just Eat FC, the underdogs, M&F, which surely has to be named after Monday Night Football, Leicester, and JYFCB. A rerun of what the format looks like. We have a series of 8-minute games. That will run if time is kind, although I do think we're slightly running over, all the way till 20 to 7. And then from 7 o'clock onwards, we kick into the over 34s. That group comprised of Stanmore B, Stanmore A, Husseini All-Stars, who are the pre-tournament favourites, Hatchy Heroes, Dewey Chaiwala, and George's Best. But here on pitch 1, it is Group A in action. It's Essex, Monstars FC, False Prophets, Manchester United, JYFCA, and Al Noor. Leading the group is a False Prophets with 7 points, and Manchester United a close second with 5. Of course, in the knockout stages, the top 4 teams of each group will progress to the latter rounds, but more on them later. And of course, still plenty up for grabs in what that looks like. Important on a day like this to keep refreshed and sustenance high. As we have Monstars, who were last in action against Manchester United. It is JYFCA against Essex. To our left-hand side in the bibs, of course, to differentiate them from the opponents, is JYFCA, who've only picked up 1 point so far in the tournament. And alongside Essex are languishing at the bottom of the group. They'll look to change that. And they push it out to this right-hand side. Holds on to the ball, but he's lost it. Had his pocket picked. Essex hounding forward, poked down the channel. Left-footed drive, takes it back inside. Rather hold on to possession there as he funnels it through the centre. And the shot comes off. Always a difficult angle, always a difficult opening, really. Couldn't steer that with any real danger or venom. JYFCA hold firm on that occasion. So Essex coming forward over on the right-hand side. Pushed onto the cage. Retrieved well by JYFCA. And a two-sandwich approach. It's a way forward for JYFCA. And the upper body strength on full show here. Down the right-hand side, steered in field. Just evades the right boot of the JYFCA midfield maestro in the middle of the park. Rams off the cage towards the far side. JYFCA will regroup. But they're under pressure here from Essex. But composed in their approach. A little bit too composed, actually. Napping on the ball. But that body strength has been a real key trope, actually, for JYFCA, and bought them a little bit more time on the ball than originally he would have granted, and he knows that. And if you look at Premier League defenders like Virgil van Dijk, of course, I'm not comparing it to JYFCA's midfield man, I'm not comparing him to Virgil van Dijk, but if you look at his approach to games, of course, he's very composed and very confident in his own style. And he's never hurried, never rushed, and you get that vibe from the man here, JYFCA. Of course, we might be joined by a co-commentator a little later on to tell us a little bit about these two teams in a bit more detail. That will be great to hear, the backgrounds and where they've come from today. What we can tell you is this has been an entertaining group. False Prophets are leading it at the moment. Manchester United pulling up the rear on 5 points. Al-Noor then on 2. Monstars on 3. Essex and JYFCA languishing at the bottom. I should say that, of course, Monstars are in 3rd place. Al-Noor in 4th, and then JYFCA and Essex joint 5th or joint 6th. It depends what way you want to look at it. If it's half empty or half full, I suppose if we're being kind, it's joint 5th. There's neither have been able to separate each other. That being said, of course, goal difference does play its part, and it would mean that Al-Noor finish at the bottom of the group as things stand. So free kick here. The Essex want to take quickly. Shot from distance. Powerful in its approach. So taking quickly, and the shot, it came in really. He almost had too much time on the ball. I think he was a little surprised when he turned and he saw the gaping goal in front of him. A little surprised really by the space that was on offer. So poked inside and then just pounding forward. He had his run cut off there. He's a huge lad, bounding into you. Could knock anybody over. So poked down the right channel. Inside once again. He's been a constant presence in this game. And the shot steered out in the centre to the right hand side. Bounced off the foot and onto the cage on this right hand flank. So really in the crunch zone of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Plenty of games still to play, of course, but we're into the second half of the games in open play in Group A. As things stand, the false prophets and Manchester United are progressing as the top two. Just starting to spill over here, the tensions. Keen to accelerate and angle themselves higher up the table to join those in the top four. Of course, only the top four in this group will progress to the knockout stages. They know that. And with these two both sitting in 5th and 6th respectively, it's important for them to find that extra gear from somewhere. And you're starting to see that in the challenge. A little bit more bite, far more venom. Essex versus JYFCA in the 9th game of the tournament in Group A. Clip down the channel. Infield it goes. Nice interchange there from Essex, who is still going. Held onto the ball too long there. JYFCA get back to cover and eventually clear their lines in the faithful hands of the shot stopper behind them to our left in goal. So poke forward. Essex still coming now, looking to build on the momentum. So pushed down the centre by Essex, lost out to JYFCB, bounces off the cage, coming forwards, and then the shots. Plenty of crowds gathering now to watch this tournament in fine fettle and into the second half as things stand. Of course, if either of these sides are able to win this game, they will leapfrog Al Noor and Monstars FC, but that has not happened as the game draws to a close in another goalless draw between JYFCA and Essex, the two teams that are sunk at the bottom of Group A, continue to be so. And Manchester United against Monstars FC in the next game in the HFC Revival Football Tournament. I wonder if the motivations and the intention starts to change now between these 6 sides. The slick operation continues here at the Millbank Centre in Croydon. The community spirit is on full display. It's great to see. And of course they do have big ears to lift at the ends of this extravaganza. It's in the shape of the Champions League trophy. It was suggested to be that in the group stage draw on Thursday. Of course, we learnt a lot in that group stage draw about the community. The Hyderi have pulled together And we continue on. So it's Manchester United against Monstars FC. Although it might just be a slight change up here. Because Al Noor are currently on the field. And they're facing off against Manchester United. With things like this, of course, the structure can slightly change. So it's Al Noor against Manchester United in the 10th game of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Manchester United get us underway over on the right hand side in the middle of the park, holding on to the ball in white to our right. As for Al Noor, we're on the left hand side in navy blue. Of course, there are a couple of outliers. They've tried to stick to the dress code. How successfully? Not entirely sure. The challenge comes in over on the left hand side, clatters into him over on that far flank. Just a clash of heads there, so we will just stop play momentarily. 2 players down. You never like to see that. Always the byproduct of a feisty, entertaining exchange. Competitive spirit spilling over into a clash of heads. Looks like both of them are okay to continue, which is always good.
Meds, you alright? Sharper, you alright?
Double checking on the sidelines here to make sure that we're all right to continue game 10 of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. And we're underway once again. Over on the right hand side. Slams against the cage to the far flank. Push down the channel. Dribbles in field. Loses out. Manchester United apply the pressure. But Al Noor holds strong. So far Al Noor with 2 draws and 1 loss. Manchester United sitting pretty with 5 points. And coming forward down the right hand side, ploughing the turf. He dribbles. Of course, when it comes back off the cage, it still is in play, and that can catch you out. And there is a level of stamina that will be required in this tournament. It is intense 8-minute exchanges, but you will start to flag as we head into the final straight of the group stage tournament, and we might just see a couple of surprises. Of course, the clear favourites that have emerged are the False Prophets, winning 2 out of their 3 games. Manchester United are up there as well, but Al Noor applying the pressure. And does that may mean that we may just start to see a contrast in fortunes for some of those sides that have taken an early lead in Group A? As things stand on pitch 1 and in the HFC Revival Football Tournament, it's still 0-0 between Manchester United and Al Noor. Bounds in the middle, and they're still going here down the centre, the pass across the fray. He knew what he was looking for. It was the right idea, wrong execution there. And Al Noor come forward, poked out to the far side, still going. Shot comes in from range, blocked, backed up against the cage, and shuffled back to his goalkeeper, who's been a pleasing sight over on the right hand side. Really, really strong in his approach. And the shot comes in over on the right flank, bounces off the tall, strapping centre half and back into the penalty area. It's a continued play over on the left flank. Drips of rain starting to pour down now at the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Hasn't scuppered any real mood. Hasn't had much effect on the action that we've seen. So squeeze back to the goalkeeper for Al Noor. Release quickly over on the right hand side. Squeeze through the channel and down the centre. Still going. Buys a yard. Shows Manchester United a clean pair of heels. And then the deflection takes it back into the penalty area of Manchester United, but dealt with comfortably in the end for the team who are known in white. So bowled out quickly. Manchester United stabbed out to the far side. Rolling down the channel. Seems to be that we are changing up the action in a moment or two for our 11th game in this tournament. This one is yet to see any real breakthrough. So at the back it goes. Pushed back into the penalty area for Manchester United. Rolled out to the far side. Pummels down the flank. There in the green boots. He's got it nicked off his foot. And then rolled back to safety. Here come Al Noor under pressure. Manchester United have won it back in a dangerous position there and have to be careful playing the ball out at the back. Plenty of composure shown at times from Al Noor, but once or twice they have been left wanting with those attempts from the back. Manchester United now with a clean piece of space, and then the shot comes arrowed in towards that top corner. Pushed behind over the top of the crossbar. And they keep coming forward down the right hand side. Poke forward, evades the leg of the Al Noor attacker and into the arms of Manchester United's goalkeeper. Rolls it quickly down the channel. It's hung up over on that left hand side. Pushed up against the back cage that separates the two pitches. To our left, jammed on the near side, but they've found a little bit of respite now. Manchester United come away with the ball. Go back to the goalkeeper. Of course, the lead at the moment allows them to have a little bit of complacency. Not too much, but a little bit. And the shot comes in from range. They've looked the closest to finding the opener in this game. That's certainly for sure. And they're coming again. Orange boots drives his ball towards the right hand side of the goal. Heads into the midriff of the goalkeeper to our left hand side, and Al Noor will regroup and refocus down the right channel. Pushed inside, then evades the right hand side and then hits his shot towards goal. Down the barrel of the goalkeeper. Unfazed really in the end. And here come Manchester United. Driving with pace. Still going. Shot comes in. pushed onto the cage behind him. And back into the gloves. And there is the full-time whistle for game 11 of the tournament. Manchester United 0, Monstars FC 0. That will slightly alter the table, but not much. Al Noor 0, Manchester United 0. So we're in the business end now of the tournament at the Millbank Centre in Croydon. A little refresh then for those who've joined us a little later as we head into our 12th game in the HFC Revival Football Tournament. On pitch 1 it is Group A. It's Essex, Monstars FC, the False Prophets, Manchester United, JYFCA and Al Noor. The leaders of that group so far are the False Prophets, who lead by 7 points, and then Manchester United a close second with 6, and then Monstars and Al Noor locked on 3 apiece. And so it would mean that the False Prophets, Manchester United, Al Noor and Monstars FC, as it stands, are heading into the knockout stages, and we would say goodbye to Essex and JYFCA, but plenty can change. There's plenty more action still to happen on pitch 1. The conditions starting to get a little bit more blustery now. The rain dripping and pouring down, but having no real effect on spirits. Community spirit is high. I've said it a couple of times. People will be sitting at home thinking he's repeating himself quite a lot. But I am really delighted to be a part of this event, which shows true community spirit. It was so evident on the live stream that happened on Thursday night when they did the draw, about the reasons behind why they're doing this tournament. And Hyderi FC have certainly delivered in their execution of what's been a really entertaining day on the sidelines in the Millbank Centre in Croydon. I've just seen Mahmood Khan pass me by, head to toe in Liverpool strip. He mentioned his love for the club on the live stream on Thursday. I'm sure he may join us on commentary a little later. I'd love to hear his insight on how he's thought the day's gone so far. He'll be watching with interest, that's for sure. So JYFCA head on to False Prophets. We've had a player rush over to us, and that's my opinion. I'm not paid to give my opinion. I'm paid to call the action. So it's JYFCA against the False Prophets in our 12th game, and it looks to be a penalty here for the False Prophets, and they have tucked it away with pomp and poise. The lead by goal to nil. The False Prophets don't need any helping hands. JYFCA certainly aggrieved by that decision, and he certainly agitated by that decision. He rushed over to us in only the way you would get in games and tournaments of this nature. It's all good fun, really. I'm sure he will sit down and reflect on his decision. He's just frustrated, of course, and that's what sport does to you. It heightens the emotions, and it also takes them down to an ultimate low. The False Prophets are remaining strong, and they are continuing their momentum. So it's Essex versus JYFCA. The False Prophets against JYFCA, I should say. And they lead by a goal to nil. There's some frustration here.
Like this, I don't need your money. I work for free. I work for free. I don't need your money.
So we will sort out the action in just a moment or so. And we will clear up the conversations that are happening. Nice to see an embrace there. A relaxed approach back to the zone. We can get back on with the game. And they're looking to retake the penalty. It was tucked away. It was dispatched with real authority. And False Prophets will be angling to do again that same method. So another penalty here for the False Prophets, who thought they went into the lead. They haven't, and so they will get the opportunity to take the penalty again. He lines the ball up. Conversation with the referee. Will he go the same side? Will he go different? He goes the same side, beats the goalkeeper, all ends up. It is the lead for the False Prophets. Nothing's really changed in that department. Of course, they had to retake it, but the same attempt delivers the same outcome. And the False Prophets are hanging firm at the top of the tree in Group A. And progressing at a pace down the centre, over on the left-hand side now, right-footed strike through the legs, coming again. And then smashed off the cage. He got through a little bit too easily there. And I think that's what the frustration will be from Al Noor. Certainly shouts from this right-hand side, and that's the goalkeeper for the False Prophets. He was frustrated that they'd not made the attempt count. So free kick here, smashed down the channel. Another ball comes into play. That's cleared out, and play can resume. Here come the False Prophets. Angling forward, shot comes in, down the barrel. Away it goes, then poke forward into the penalty area. And away to safety. And JYFCB. Bowled out down the right-hand side. Keep coming. Down the channel. Here's the False Prophets. Harrying forward. Still going here, the False Prophets. It's a clumsy challenge over on that far side. Has been a little bit of a change-up in the schedule, it seems. And the teams that are doing battle here on the left-hand side in the bibs are JYFCA and the False Prophets. Heading forward, first attempt. And he's snatched onto the strike. Bounces off the cage, inches away from that right hand upright. Cross comes in, JYFC. Hey, coming forward, still going. Shot from distance. That's away. Scrambled over towards the far side. So bowled down the channel for the False Prophets. Poked even further down the right-hand flank. And then steered over onto this left-hand side. They're going. Infield it goes. Then the shot comes In towards the left-hand side, a goal. Rolled through the penalty area and then away, then down the barrel it goes. Stings the fingertips and back over on the right-hand side. Here come the false prophets, moving forward from the back. Shot in from distance, left-hand side. Hanging in the corner. The false prophets moving with pace. And they've lost it here to JYFC. Hey, still going, shot comes in. Recycling at pace to try and find the opener and just can't on that particular occasion. Smashed out to this left-hand side, off the cage. It comes, false prophets moving forward. Rolls the challenge of JYFCA. Feels the ankle go. False prophets not happy with the decision making there on the referee.
Doctor! You're supposed to be mending people, not breaking them. You're supposed to be fixing people.
False prophets a little too hungry in the challenge, so pushed out towards the right hand side, steered in field. It's a heavy touch and the false prophets are onto it. They're down the centre, the shot comes off, poked down the middle, still got it. Then nice interchange on this near side, drags his shot into the side netting. They'll get on with it quickly, the false prophets, especially when you give the ball back to them at such a close range. He smashed it right back at the goalkeeper, winded him for just a moment, but he's back onto his feet over on the left hand side. So the only goal that separates these two sides was the penalty that was taken again by the false prophets. Over on that far side, poke forward down the channel. JYFCA still going, infield it goes, hangs up and his feet there, couldn't quite manoeuvre it, and then steered over to the right hand side. Shot comes in, it's a clever finish, and the false prophets double their lead with authority. 2-0 to the false prophets. The lead, JYFCA. They have their cushion at the top of Group A, and they have their cushion in this game as well. They lead by 2-0. And we are heading towards the climax of this game as we get ready for the next one in the business end of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Here come the false prophets, just holding on to possession in the closing stages. Over on the right hand side, snapped inside, it goes to his teammate, and a little bit of fun now, the false prophets, as they assert themselves in this contest. The highest scoreline so far was a 2-0 win, and it was the false prophets that achieved that, and they've done it again. 2-0 wins, 2-2-0 wins. That's a tongue twister. So rolled out to JYFCA, and again the false prophets were lurking with intent, and they sniff out the opportunity to close the ball down, and they fire home from close range. It's another miscommunication at the back. We've seen that a couple of times actually in this tournament, and that's made a costly error. The ball's come through again. I say we've seen it a couple of times. They're running riot here now. That's 4-0. Complete miscommunication by JYFCA. And the False Prophets have stormed into a 4-0 lead. Incredible, really. Complete communication breakdown for JYFCA. And the False Prophets have their tails up and have their heads held high. They are top of Group A.
You all right? Okay.
I'm gonna go.
We ain't got no team. He's gonna help anyone. Boys, I need you off the pitch. The game got stopped. Boys, we got a new ref for you, okay? New ref, there's a new ref now, okay? Inshallah, you're right. 1-0 to Leicester finish, and this to Leicester finish. And each one was 4-0 to False Prophets.
Which one was there?
We've got the fourth. That's great.
4-0 to the False Prophets. Strongest lead. And now we have Monstars FC against Essex. Stab forward from the back. Down the right channel. Still going here. Monstars moving forward. Looking for an angle. Fine one on the left hand side. Can't really do much about it. And down the right hand side it goes. Essex deal with it well. And bowl it out. Down the centre. Flicks off the feet. And back towards the goalkeeper in green. Over on our left hand side. So Monstars through here. And they've just about beaten the goalkeeper. And it's rolled over the line. Didn't count. Inches away from gifting the lead to Monstars FC. So ball down the centre. Can't hold off his man for too long. Shovel back to the goalkeeper on the left hand side. Carries forward down the channel. Monstars still going here. Back to the goalkeeper over on the left hand side. So here they come. Monstars stabbed out towards the left side. Hammered into the shin of the forward and then slashed onto the cage. So they will look to take this free kick quickly. A change here from Monstars FC. Rolled out towards this near side, down the centre. Still going here. Monstars powering forward down the left hand side. So a throw in taken quickly down the flank, and the pass was a little left to be desired. Gives the ball away to Monstars, still going down the channel. Here they come in luminous green. Push back. Back towards goal. Cross comes in towards the gloves of the Monstar goalkeeper. Clutching his arms over the ball and rolled forward in the middle of the park. So push back to the goalkeeper. Bowls out quickly. Down the flank they come. Essex looking to gather some momentum here against Monstars, who've had an okay tournament, but not one that set them atop of the group. The rain starting to pour down a little bit more now. Heavily. Oh, it's difficult to see when it gets jammed in the corner over on this near side. Thankfully got a healthy screen next to me to keep us up to date with the action. The supporters over on our near side press themselves up against the fence to see the rest of the game. We're heading into the business end now of this tournament. And here come Monstars, skips it through the centre and then just stabbed into the midriff of the on-rushing goalkeeper to our right-hand side. And as Essex look to pull away with it, they've lost it, and Monstars are quick onto them. Into the challenge, over on the right-hand side, back to the goalkeeper. And they will take it quickly, over on that far side. Thrash down the channel, take a deflection, bounce back into the goalkeeper's clasp. And Monstars firing forward. Into the arms there of the goalkeeper. Yet to be untested here in green. Steered down the centre. That goes away. Begging. And still going down the left-hand side. Shot comes in near post, scrapes off the posts and the side netting, and away to safety for Monstars FC. So push back to the goalkeeper once again. Seen plenty of the ball in the opening stages. Pushed down the centre, poked off his foot. Monstars will recover and regroup, and they find a pocket of space over on the right hand side. Still going forward with the ball, steers it in field, taking time now to regroup. Push down the flank, steer back inside, latches onto the second ball. Essex quick to get that going. Monstars smash it off the cage, so it will be a free kick here for Essex. Coming forward in the centre of the park. Takes it on his left foot, gets the shot away. Didn't really trouble the goalkeeper. As Monstars come forward, and the ball down the centre just skips off the grass in front of him. Shot from distance, just firing through either side now between these two teams. So pushed inside by Essex, but lost it to Monstars, and Monstars with a thunderous effort from range eclipses the cage. It had bite, it had velocity, but very little direction. The only direction that was heading was over at the top of the crossbar. I think Monstars FC nearly hit the ball into Essex. It was that much of a audacious attempt. So down the left hand side for Monstars. Throw in on the penalty spot. Monstars coming forward, left hand side, push down the flank. Still going here. Then steered inside. As Essex come forward, they've lost it to Monstars. It's shovelled back to the goalkeeper. Still going. Fired forward. Down the flank. In the centre circle. And then pushed out towards the left-hand side. Shot comes off again. This time he got that a little bit lower down. But the goal ends. And the game ends in a goalless draw. So a goalless draw between Essex and Monstars. Essex 0, Monstars FC 0. We are heading to the climax of the group stage draw.
Lads, can we get off a little quicker please? Going into the game's going so you guys get your proper knockouts, yeah? Thank you. Mozart! 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 Off the pitch! Mozart! Off the pitch!
So next up it's Al Noor versus JYFCA, and if my calculations are correct, it means that we've got 2 more games left of the open stages of this tournament for the open age group. Of course, following on from this, we have the over 34s. So, Al Noor versus JYFCA.
He's not sure. I'll try and find him.
So we're underway in what I think is the penultimate game of the open age tournament on pitch 1 between JYFCA and Al Noor. Here they come forward, Al Noor. Over on the left-hand side. Shot comes in. First-time drive. And it beats the goalkeeper. Thuds into the top corner. Well, it's close to being the bottom corner as well. The goal is quite small in proximity between the crossbar and the turf. But it was a thunderous drive. And one that's taken Al Noor into the lead here against JYFCA. They're not happy with the collision that's just happened moments ago. So a free kick over on the far side. Taken quickly. Just come off the back of a 4-0 drubbing to the False Prophets, where they lost their way a little towards the end, so they'll be hoping to rediscover a little bit more pride towards the back end of this tournament. But the Al Noor have taken the lead in this particular contest. And here they come. Shot comes in from distance, rattles the cage behind. Nothing happens there. So over on the left-hand side now with Al Noor. Hounders on the far flank. JYFCA trying to keep hold of possession, and they wriggle away and they break on a counter-attack here. 3-on-3. First time pass down the centre. Worked out well by Al Noor, and then poked on down the middle towards goal. But back in safe clutches, so JYFCA bring it back down the flank. Here they come. Right-footed shot. Bounces off the left boot of Al Noor. JYFCA still going. Looks for a clever flick. He's lost it. Al Noor are onto it quickly. Then Strong in the challenge from deep. But Al Noor continue to progress down the right-hand side. Still going here. Al Noor continue to threaten. Al Noor yet to register a win in this tournament and give themselves a clear sighter into the final stages. JYFCA now looking to trouble of their own, create trouble, that is. So over on the right flank, pressure continues from Al Noor. Down the right side now. Wriggles away from the challenge. Crossfield pushes on towards the far cage. Continues his run. Shot cuts. Tangled between the feet of the centre half and full back. Goes back to the goalkeeper. Over on the right hand side. So the yellow bibs are shining, but yet to catch fire in this, what I feel is the penultimate game in the tournament. I may have my calculations wrong. The rain has dripped through on my paper that I am viewing the fixes from, but if memory serves me correct, that's what is going to happen. So Al Noor progressing down the left-hand side. It's a brilliant take from him. Pokes it through the legs of his opponents over on the far flank. JYFCA not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Shot comes in, saves it with his feet. It was a little bit acrobatic really at the end. A clever save, but one that was completely improvised on the spot. Smashed into his legs and he almost skipped over the ball as he booted it away. Always a little bit of comedy on days like today. And that was a clever take from the goalkeeper. And all he needs to do is save it. He's not got any other job. Just stop the ball going into the net. And he did so. It was quirky. It was clever. And it's one that will live long in the memory when we all go home tonight. So free kick here for JYFCA. Taken shortly. And then the shot. Almost nonchalant really as he hit that. Over on the far side. Wriggling forward and then pop back to the goalkeeper. He's certainly getting frustrated. The attacker over on the far side. And Al Noor coming forward down the left. Continuing to harry JYFCA. Pulled it back in field though. And Al Noor poke it down the right flank. Here's JYFCA down the left hand side, troubling. We are getting ready for the next phase of the HFC Revival football tournament. Of course, from 4 o'clock onwards we have seen both pitch 1 and pitch 2 be alive with action from Group A and Group B of the open age group. We have seen all the action on Group A, but we are set to see the over 34s very shortly. So the take into the feet. And JYFCA poked onto his right boot. Beats the attacker of Al Noor. Still going down the flank. Then wriggles it into the penalty area. Poke back in. And the shot comes from distance. Off the back of the cage over on the far side. So they will need to regroup. And they do that well. JYFCA with the ball forward, looking for the helpful touch on that may have took it past the goalkeeper. Not really going to challenge or trouble him from that range. And so it skips off the turf and into the gloves of the shot stopper over on the left hand side. Here come Al Noor. Plenty of time, plenty of space, almost too much time and too much space. And they've squeezed it out to the left-hand side, worked it really well. And he got the ball onto his right foot, slammed it towards the near post. JYFCA pounding forward. He's taking Mia down to the floor. Near on number 17 in the green boots. Haven't had a chance to chat to any players as of yet. I know we have got interviews that's happening behind us after the game. It'd be good to hear from a different perspective. JYFCA continue in their pursuit of a win, and that means Al Noor have taken 3 points against JYFCA. They've won this by 1-0. So our final contest appears to be Manchester United against Essex. Does this mean this is the final game in the tournament? Manchester United in white. And then we have Essex, head to toe in black. This is the final game, I think, of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. I'm pretty confident that is the case. An entertaining contest. We've seen plenty of them. Over on the left-hand side, Manchester United in white, Essex in black. A simple differentiation between these two sides. Of course, we're trying to manage traffic coming from pitch 2. We are about to get on the way here. Popped over the left-hand side. Manchester United against Essex in the final game of the open stage tournament. Open age tournament. Manchester United driving down the right flank Ball back into the arms of the Essex goalkeeper. Push down the flank. Holds off his man. And then steers through. Back to the goalkeeper. Over on the left-hand side. So ball back towards the near side of the cage. And then push back. They have changed up the positions, Manchester United. Of course, the tall lad in the orange boots, he's featured up top in the previous games. Manchester United delayed in the attack there. Currently the false prophets are head and shoulders above everybody else. Leading the group, Manchester United on 6 points. A close second. And we see Monstars and Al Noor in behind. So Manchester United moving forward.
Come on, Whites, use the field.
Over on the far side. To bowl this forward. That win from Al Noor. Takes them into level on points with Manchester United as things stand. So 6-6, 10 and 4 Monstars. So it's Essex and JYFCA who are heading out as things stand. Manchester United clambering forward. Over on the left flank. Pummeling drive from range. Struggled to connect with any real execution or venom or purchase. Just a reminder again, of course, that we are seeing all the action from Group A on this pitch. That's Essex, Monstars, False Prophets, Manchester United, JYFCA and Al Noor. And for Group B, who are on the other pitch and covered by my colleague Warren Muggleton. That's Sharir FC, Just Eat FC, the Underdogs, M&F, Leicester and JYFC B. So up against the cage, Manchester United, the final game in the open age group stage. More and more bodies now pressed up against the cage as we see the climax of the open age tournament. Pushed forward down the flank on the right hand side. Manchester United coming with pace. Steered out to this near side and then driven back to the goalkeeper. He bowls it through and that's a mistake. Essex onto it. Oh, and he nearly clipped the ball home. So here's Manchester United. Steered over on the right hand side. Here they come. Left flank it goes. And there may just be a couple more games on offer here. So here come Manchester United infield. See it over to the right hand side. Back it comes, have lost it. Manchester United still ploughing forward. Bounces up onto the chest. Steered out to the left flank. Just keeping hold of the ball here. Essex needing to keep their head. Manchester United moving forward for Essex. Here they come, down the right flank. Essex moving at a pace. Poked inside into the penalty area. Caught by the goalkeeper's gloves. Then pushed out towards this left-hand flank. Then poked back inside. Here come Manchester United. Clever trickery there. And releases his attacker down the left-hand side. He was pushed up against the cage. Manchester United with a stinging effort from range. Was a little too perturbed, the goalkeeper. Instead pushed out towards the far flank. Nice combination inside, then spread forward, and the shot comes from distance. It looked like it was going the other side of the goal, and actually it's a really fine save from the Manchester United goalkeeper. We have been impressed with him throughout this tournament, and he is living up to his name. The referees blew the whistle over on the far side. So push forward. Onto the near side. And Manchester United stab it over the dead ball line and rolled out towards the far side. Slammed up against the cage. They come, progressing down the channel. And just behind me, the over 34s are being readied and warming up for their tournament that will happen right after this one. There's plenty of football action to keep us company over the next few hours. Sit tight and comfortable, and the shot comes through. And the full-time whistle blows. It's Manchester United 0, Essex 0. Another goalless draw. We've seen plenty of them in this tournament. Such a trend.
Rubbish, isn't it?
So 2 more games to go, I'm reliably told. On pitch 1 in Group A of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. And it's the False Prophets against Monstars FC. This looks to be an entertaining clash. So here come the false prophets early on, applying the quick press, the high press, and skips off the left shin of the centre half. So here they come forward. Monstars now with some play of their own, smashed across the face to little avail. No real opportunity developed out of that. So steering out towards the far flank and pushed forward in the middle of the park. 2 games to go in the open age category. And as things stand, the false prophets on top of the group. El Noor a close second, and Manchester United in third. Currently between Essex and Monstars, a little bit of a tie, and JYFCA on 2 points. So this game could make all the difference to who ends up in the final 4 and who ends up in the knockout stages of the HFC Revival Football Tournament for the open age category. So Monstars steer it down the left hand side and continue their run with pace. It's a real battle here. Great to see. A throwback really to the football that we're used to seeing in the 80s and the 90s. And what you see of this level, I love the intensity and the battling that sometimes is a miss from the top level of football. And Monstars come forward, left hand side, cross comes in, that's beaten his man. So the false prophets will canter forward over on the far channel, skips inside, shot comes in from range, that's been blocked. They hold strong once again. Monstars to our right hand side in the yellow bibs. That's been the trend throughout the tournament. Some of our teams have switched it up depending on who they're playing, but Monstars have remained firm in green. So it's over on the left hand side. It allows them to wear any shirt they want really then, because the bib will always go over it. False prophets quicken the pace, inside it goes, steered out towards his right hand side and pushed infield. Monstars still going, then wriggles away from the challenge. Heavy ball out towards the far flank. Monstars can't latch onto it. Poked forward down the left hand side. Rescued back into possession for the false prophets. And the man down the centre deals with it well. He skipped past his man. And over on the far side it goes for Monstars. Free kick taken quickly here by Monstars. Left footed. Back it goes. Over on this near side. It's a clumsy touch really. Get a purchase on the ball. Have to keep concentrated now in the closing stages of this contest, where every point can mean and make the difference. So it's poked down the left hand side, off the cage, back to safety. I haven't worked out just yet if that is an Arsenal shirt. I think it is. Still haven't been close enough to see it. It looks like it from range. I'm told it is the new Arsenal shirt. Helpful when you have 2 eyes on the situation. It's Arsenal versus Arsenal in the 2 goals. Monstars with the green strip. Pushed down the right flank. Then dribbles away from his man. And the shot comes in. Always being dragged over towards the far flank. So bowled out. Skips off the turf. The false prophets thought they had a pocket of space. Unable to do so. Here they come, Monstars. Back from the drop down. Poke forward, down to the left-hand side. Coming with pace. And the white boots. Monstars continue to harry and canter forward. They've lost the ball now. And coming forward, a false prophet. He's got a man over, and he really should have chose that option. Instead, he slashed his shot over the top of the crossbar, and to little avail, or gumption. And he's just not got over the ball either, really. He's just put his back and hope for the best. And that's not the best method in games like this. Sometimes it's about precision and preciseness, and the first goal that opened this all up was from the false prophets. That was an intricate piece of play. Remarkable to think, really, with the goals that have gone in, that the first 4 were goalless draws. But they were. And it's stabbed back to the goalkeeper over on this right-hand side, who's head to Wasting Green, in Arsenal Green. Camaraderie on full display on the touchline as well. Starting to see the over 34s grouped together, getting their marching orders from the organisers to get in shape and ready for their first game. Of course, we got plenty of action, and their group was drawn out in the order by Abbas Panjabi and Mahmood Khan. That one sailed over the top of my head and behind onto the training pitches. The sign of things to come is that Stanmore A, Husseini All-Stars, who are the pre-tournament favourites, Hatchy Heroes, Dewey, Chaiwala and George's Best, yet to take to the field, but he will do in the second tournament of the evening. We are heading into the evening now. Over on the right-hand side, it's Monstars coming forward. Shot in from distance, fired over the crossbar. Crashes onto the cage behind. Always the methods with games like this to keep it on the floor. The goal is waist height, and so offers very little room for error. Shot steered in from this near side. That bounces off the side netting. And the other side's watching on, knowing the ramifications for them if either side win this game. So here they are. And there is the full-time whistle. Monstars against the false prophets.
I even know.
Another goalless draw. Plenty of smiles on show. And now we are into the over 34 category, if I'm right. And it looks to be that means that the Group A finishes like this. The false prophets have surged into the ascendancy throughout the tournament, and they take top spot in Group A. Second is Al Noor. Manchester United come into third, and Monstars FC, with that crucial, precious point, takes them past Essex in fourth. And so if our records are right, that means that the 4 teams heading into the knockout stages of the Open Age tournament to take on the 4 top teams of Group B is the False Prophets, Al Noor, Manchester United and Monstars FC. But let's turn our attention now to those who are in the over 34 group.
Any All-Stars!
Let's go. Team, go more A, stand more B. Let's go. Only get time.
This should be on this bit. That's what I have. Who have you got as top four? Who's Profits?
Format stays the same for the over 34s, and they'll want to show that they can have a similar impact to that of the teams that were successful in the open age category.
Where's my green football and my black football? I need them back. Give me my black one and I need the green one now. Yes. Guys, an easy battle, yeah? Don't injure your players, yeah?
We will work out who are in the knockout stages for you shortly. But we're going to pause on that for a moment in the open age category for sure, because it's now time to look at that of Stanmore B against Stanmore A. Stanmore B in the red, attacking from left to right. Stanmore A in the black, attacking from right to left. So they emerge quickly with the ball from kick-off. It's gone over towards the far side, then cut back in field. So free kick taken at the back. Shortly it comes. Stanmore A coming forward with the ball. Quick in their approach, hotting things up, and This is a rivalry, no doubt, between the two sides. As it's poked out towards that far flank, bounces off the cage. And is nestled back inside, nudged onto his teammate, who continues to run. Harrying down the channel, angling to shoot, gets one away. Goes down to his haunches to deal with the shot. Covered the goal over on the far side with his figure and physique. So thrust down the centre for Stanmore A, who are attacking to our left-hand side. Pushed down towards the right-hand side. And Illumina's shorts are beaten by Red, but they've won it back. Can't keep hold of it. And so Stanmore B come forward with the ball over on this near side. Holds on to the ball. Pushes it down the channel, gets it back. Shot comes in. Barrier to entry there for Stanmore B, who will wrestle once again to rediscover possession. In the middle of the park it comes. They go back towards safety. Conservative approach so far from Stanmore B. And he's entertaining a shot from range, and he certainly stung the fingertips. And the rebound just scoots across the face of goal. He didn't scuff it, he got enough connection on the ball, but is pushed behind and onto the back of the cage. So thrust forward down the right channel. And then pushed down the flank, off the cage, then inside. He holds on to the ball. Stanmore B continue to take charge in this contest, and they've gathered some momentum down the left-hand side. And now in the penalty area. So rolled out to the far flank. And curled down the centre for Stanmore A. Shot comes in from distance. That does little to trouble the goalkeeper, all in black to our right-hand side, sporting a Liverpool goalkeeping jersey. And Stanmore A are in here. Escaped down the flank into the final third and failed to connect with the final pass. So squeezed down the channel, cut out and away, pushed back into the feet of the attacker for Stanmore A, rolled the challenge, couldn't quite roll his man, and it rumbles back into the goalkeeper's arms. Shot comes in from distance, takes a deflection, goes over head height, so the ball will stop and roll and go back to normal here. Ball taken quickly down the right channel, holds on to it well in the midfield. Stanmore A with plenty to offer here. Shot comes in, takes a deflection. We're starting to see the full use of the floodlights now as the evening draws in. It's Stanmore B who have been in the most control in this game. We're heading past 20 past 7 in the evening. Thank you to those who are still watching on from the live stream. If you have been with us all day, you would have seen that we've covered the open age group first, Group A and Group B on this particular live stream. And with me covering the game, it was Group A. The knockout stages of Group A still to come, but in this tournament we focus on the over 34s for now. 20 more games that will take place between now and the end of the evening. He's taken a hard fall there, tumbles to the ground in anger, but pushed out towards the far flank, then cleared infield, poked forward, and Liverpool combine with Manchester United, and then pushed back. Stanmore, he seems to try and contain and then trigger a counter, and it works sometimes and it doesn't work on other occasions. And Stanmore there with a real whistling of an effort towards the right-hand side of the goal. Goalkeeper deals with it, bowls it out, back into possession, and Stanmore with the attempt. Russells it forward. So they build from the back. Driven down the channel, cut inside, battling and bruising their way forward. Stanmore A. Plenty on the line here. As have Stanmore B. All hunting for some early momentum in the over 34 age category group. Vying for their respective trophies. Here are Stanmore B. Over on the right hand side, cuts in field, poked out towards the far flank, still going. It's a heavy touch from him, so nicked off his feet by Stanmore A, and Stanmore B will come forward with the ball. Heavy touch in front of him, rides the challenge of the on-rushing attacker, and then finds himself clattered into the cage. Stanmore A now progressing themselves through the centre, takes a deflection, still going on this left-hand side. Stanmore A continue to threaten. Will he find the opener here? Gets the shot away, and it's an easy save really in the end for the goalkeeper to our left hand side. The ball goes racing down the channel. That's not to be there for Stanmore B. To be or not to Stanmore B. We've used plenty of puns this afternoon. I feel like that's what you have to do when you're watching tournament football with the names that we've seen today. Some creative additions to the roster. Manchester United, a particular favourite of mine. Very unsubtle in its subtle take on the name of Manchester United. And the first game has ended. It seems to be. I mean, it was a little bit of a lull in action. I didn't actually know that had ended the game, but it's a goalless draw again. Another goalless draw that we see in this contest. Stanmore A against Stanmore B in the over 34 category. It's 0-0 between these two sides. So up next is Husseini All-Stars versus George's Best.
Those two games have already been played. Now we go to the second game.
An error there, sorry. On pitch one, it's Hatchy Heroes versus Dewey Chaiwala.
We'll get through, right? I'm through.
I don't know why I corrected myself. I think it is. From what I can see, it's Husseini All-Stars versus George's Best.
Referee, ref, start it. They know, they get on the pitch, the game starts. Put the ball down, let's start. Get the ball. Oh, forfeit in the game, simple as that. Why are you not? Say,
So
and me over there in the goal. Tell the guy who.
Husseini All-Stars versus George's Best. Another series of 8-minute games. So a goalless draw in the over 34s. So it's Husseini All-Stars versus George's Best over on the left-hand side now, with Husseini All-Stars who glide down the flank. Their first real action on pitch A. The shot comes in. Deflection comes. Over on the right-hand side. Rain starting to continue to pour down. Over on the far side. Goalkeeper all in orange. He bowls the ball out. Over on the far flank. He's rustling and nestling with his man. Husseini All-Stars with a thumping drive from range. And George's Best. So Husseini All-Stars versus George's Best. Still 0-0 in this contest. It was a goalless draw. It's a goalless draw in the first game of the over 34s. And the HFC revival tournament doesn't need reviving, it's alive and kicking. But we had a little bit of a drought for goals in the first 4 games of the open category, and I wonder if we're going to see the same with the over 34s on pitch 1. Husseini All-Stars driving forward down the right hand side, tucks in field he goes, still moving forward with the ball and his shin pads clearly visible for the centre half, easily identifiable at the back. Husseini All-Stars, who are the pre-tournament favourites coming into this contest, head into the middle of the park. He's evaded the right leg of his centre half. And Husseini All-Stars keep coming forward. Left hand side it goes, pushed out towards the far flank, then slammed up against the cage. They continue their momentum, coming forward at the back. Right footed drive in field. He continues his run, but it's nicked off his foot, and George's Best continuing the run. Really just containing Husseini All-Stars at the moment. They haven't really been able to lay a glove on the opponents to our left-hand side in the black tops. And just a break in play for a moment here.
Well, they're on next game, there's only 2 teams.
So bowled out on this near flank. And then pushed down the right hand side. Down the flank it goes. George's Best unable to gather the ball there, and here come Husseini All-Stars. They've lost it to George's Best, and they're continuing that run down the right hand flank. Cross comes in, takes a deflection off the cage, perfectly legal. Referees caused a halt in play. Can we find out who they are? Just those two. So thrust down the channel there from George's Best. A moment of respite, but it comes right back at them now. The ball thrust over towards the far side, bounces off the cage, and then back into the safe clutches of the goalkeeper to our left-hand side. He bowls it out quickly. George's Best take the moment there to tie his laces. He's got to be careful. Leaves his team without a man. Momentarily back on his feet now, the big strapping centre forward over on the far side. So here come Husseini All-Stars. Shot comes in from distance. Russell's on the edge of the penalty area, looking for a bit of trickery down the left-hand side. He's been a tough customer so far. And Husseini All-Stars have been quite a tricky test for George's Best. And the shot comes in from distance, rolls past the arms of the goalkeeper, off to the back of the cage, and in his gloves now. A couple of changes here for George's Best. Head onto the field. Still goalless in this game. The first game between Stanmore B and Stanmore A also ended in a similar fashion. So bowled out of his penalty area over on the right hand side. High press, wins it back for Hussaini All-Stars, and now he's stuck in the corner. Struggling to find any real route out here at the moment. His exit strategy is flawed because he's got a big man right behind him, stabbing the ball back into the cage at every turn, eventually wriggles away. Finds a pocket of space, but it goes back to the goalkeeper in orange for George's best. They're looking for their best performance against the pre-tournament favourites in Hussaini All-Stars. Here they come down the right-hand side. Hussaini All-Stars win it back, though. Once again, that high pressure continues to pay its count, and it comes off the back of the cage and hits home with style and substance for Hussaini All-Stars. That ball bounces off the cage constantly and can prove to be a really tricky extra party in the game. It's another element they have to deal with in this type of tournament football. Hussaini All-Stars have raced into a 1-0 lead here. And the rebound is hit home with authority and autonomy. So game 2 of the over 34 plus tournament has just had its first goal, and that came with Hussaini All-Stars. It was a rebound off the cage, latched onto it really quickly and made the difference when he needed to. Coming down the left hand side again, Hussaini All-Stars continue to threaten. There's space here on the right flank if he can find his man in black. He can't, just pushes it down the channel, doesn't really do much damage. So George's best come away with the ball momentarily. Can they keep onto it, keep hold of it for a moment? They can't. And Hussaini All-Stars have just swallowed up possession at each opportunity, each real chance they've got. They've won it back, controlled this game from start to finish, and although they lead by goals to nil, although it's a narrow lead and anything can change in tournament football, especially of this nature, they've led with authority and they've not really looked like giving away an equaliser. But they do have a free kick here, George's best. They give the ball away straight away to Hussaini All-Stars, and they're coming forward with the ball down the right-hand channel, poke forward, still going, shot comes in into the midriff of the goalkeeper, who this time was up for the challenge of the shot. He caught a little bit out by the deflection off the cage, and they just can't gather any real momentum, George's best. Interestingly, one of the attackers for George's best is wearing Liverpool shorts. I'm sure he didn't have too much of a decision in the team name. So bowled out for a free kick here to Hussaini All-Stars, taken quickly, rolled back onto the edge of the penalty area, pushed over towards the far side and steered back under no real pressure from George's best, who struggling to lay a glove on Hussaini All-Stars as it stands. And they keep coming forward, poke it back, and there is the full-time whistle of game 2 in the over 34 plus tournament. Hussaini All-Stars 1, George's best 0. It was a narrow lead, but it's one that takes them into the driving seat of the tournament. Of course, we need to find out the results on the other pitch to see where they figure in the group. It's all an entertaining exercise in organisation. But Hussaini All-Stars are living up to their name.
Anis, how many saves?
So we're changing teams now.
Yeah, Tom will talk to me.
So it's next up is Hatchy Heroes versus Dewey Chaiwala. It's the first time we're going to see those two on this pitch as things cross over. Dewey Chaiwala against that of Hatchy Heroes. Hatchy Heroes to our right hand side, Dewey Chaiwala to our left, both in red, but one separated with blue and the other separated in orange, a yellowy orange we should say. It looks like the Barcelona kit of a year gone by that they've modelled themselves off. So there we go, Dewey Chaiwala against Hatchy Heroes, and Chaiwala with the first attempt on pitch one. And then Hatchy Heroes come forward, backed away. That's a pummeling try towards goal. Offers very little gumption. So steered out to the left hand side, right footed, goes infield. Shot is slashed in the middle of the park. Sprawls over to this far side. And the pass is a little nonchalant from Hatchy Heroes. Dewey Chaiwala looking to make that pay. Winning the ball back high up the field. But unable to really do much damage. So usher back to the goalkeeper in Liverpool grey. He bowls the ball out, poked down the channel. Space here for Hatchy Heroes to exploit, although tightly defended by that of Dewey Chaiwala. It's nabbed out towards this far side and bounced off the fence over on the far side, so back into the gloves of that of Dewey Chaiwala. So here's Hatchy Heroes in the red and yellow stripes. They've lost the ball momentarily. Ball down the wing here for Dewey Chaiwala. What can they make of this? Pushed up against the cage. He reaches into his chest muscles and lays out a real roar of support needed. The ball goes across the fray, shot comes in. Goalkeeper was going to his other side and just managed to stick out a hand there. Dealt with it well. Great save from the goalkeeper, who got down well, low to his left hand side. But they've gifted the ball back to possession of Hatchy Heroes, and the shot comes in from range. And that might just be the goal of the tournament. A fantastic goal there by Hatchy Heroes, who lead by a goal to nil. A stretching strike from range, smashed into the top corner. Beat the goalkeeper, all ends up. Wonderful stuff from Hatchy Heroes. It was a heroic finish, to take the awful pun of the name that is Hatchy Heroes. In the middle of the park, Dewey Chaiwala trying to do a little too much there, and they've latched on to his vulnerabilities. The shot comes in from range, again comes off the back cage, and that can be troubling. And nature skips down the channel, scoops it down the flank, rolls off the back of this near cage, and then back to safety. The goalkeeper in Hatchy Heroes taking the lead with a tremendous strike moments ago in this contest. Curled down the flank. Dewey Chaiwala looking for a response. Certainly left a little bit in on the challenge there. And poked onto the channel. So popped into the penalty area over on the right hand side, and Dewey Chaiwala have latched onto it, but Hatchy Heroes have got them all ends up here. It's a 2-on-1, just dragged him too far wide, forced into a touch onto his right foot. He really would have wanted to take that first time, and Hatchy Heroes were inches away from grabbing a second in this contest. Nice to see the interviews that are happening behind us for the over 34s. In the game that happened moments ago, Hussein All-Stars beating George's Best by a goal to nil. Narrow though it seems, could make all the difference. And they are the pre-tournament favourites. And there's a reason why that is the case. So Hatchy Heroes out towards the right hand side, poked down the centre, takes it first time on his right foot, gets the shot off down the throat of the goalkeeper, who just pumped it towards this left hand side. Managed to just get the firmest of hands on it in the end. Oh, it's really clever play from Hatchy Heroes, who've shown themselves to be a little bit sharper than the opposition this evening. And Dewey Chaiwala, though, are still in this contest. They only trail by a goal to nil. They come forward with the ball. Anything can happen in this type of tournament. The pass across the fray is poor, and that will end up in the arms of Hatchy Heroes goalkeeper, who's been literally tested in this game so far. Had very little tests by Dewey Chaiwala. But here are Hatchy Heroes, edge of the penalty area, right-footed, taken off the ball by the tall midfielder in blue, and then Hatchy Heroes extremely keen to win the ball back there. Too keen in some cases. And that takes them onto the floor. So free kick taken quickly. That has proved to be a problem sometimes when you can't communicate between the two teammates. You'll both have different ideas, different strategies for how to carve open an equaliser. And the shot over the top really is a lot to be desired. It's gone over head height, and it means that Hatchy Heroes not only have gifted back possession, but they can waste a few more seconds. And the stupendous, sublime finish that separates these two sides has even more authority at this moment in time, especially when they've got possession and they're looking for a second. Kills the ball towards the far right hand side of goal, smashes off the cage, goes over towards that near side, cross comes way across the fray, and then the shot delayed in towards the near post, rattles the post, takes the paint off the woodwork and comes back inside. And Dewey Chaiwala once again, communication breakdown, nearly leads to a second goal for Hatchy Heroes. They've got away with one there, a mop of the brow from those at the back for Dewey Chaiwala, because Hatchy Heroes are storming into full control here at the Millbank Centre in Croydon. Of course, this is one of 3 games that will happen concurrently. 2 teams facing off for Dewey Chaiwala and Hatchy Heroes in the over 34s group. That sees Stanmore B, Stanmore A, Hussein All-Stars, Hatchy Heroes, Dewey Chaiwala and George's Best face off against each other. Of course, a series of 8-minute matches. Give everyone the opportunity to assert themselves at the top of the group, and then the knockout stages, which head to 12-minute matches when we get to that stage. But as it stands, we're still only halfway through the over 34s, and that draws a close to the 3rd game in the HFC Revival Football Tournament for the over 34s. That thunderous strike the difference for Hatchy Heroes, who win by a goal to nil. Hatchy Heroes with a win by a goal to nil.
What's the pass? Going back to pitch 2. Where you want to go? Very quick. Okay, I'll let him do one more game. Go.
Mine's very inconsistent.
So up next, if record serves right, it's Stanmore Ray versus Husseini All-Stars. Of course, both of these do play in black, so one of them will have to go in the bibs.
Yeah.
The knockout stage is still to come on pitch 1. We are being told that the False Prophets will take off against Just Eat FC, and then Manchester United in the second game on pitch 1, I should say, because of course the other games are happening on pitch 2 against Sharia Ballers FC. So stay tuned for that. Happening a little later on after we conclude this over 34 plus group. It's the 4th game of 8 that will take place in this group. Of course, it's been shared over the course of 2 pitches. Over on the left hand side we have pitch B, and taking place on that pitch is Stanmore B versus Hatchy Heroes. We're here. We've got Stanmore A against Husseini All-Stars. Husseini All-Stars were the tournament favourites coming into this, and they did little to change that perception. And as things stand, as the results on pitch 1, Stanmore B, Stanmore A on 1 point apiece. Husseini All-Stars and Hatchy Heroes with 3 each, and then Dewey, Chaiwala and George's Best yet to register on this pitch. So next up we do have Stanmore A versus Husseini All-Stars. Husseini All-Stars to our left-hand side with the yellow bibs, and Stanmore A to our right-hand side in black. And a crease in the middle between these two sides. So Husseini All-Stars to our left-hand side in the yellow bibs, and Stanmore A to our right in the black tops. Husseini All-Stars are the reigning champions of this tournament, and they have done little to change that perception. Driving down the right-hand side, pre-tournament favourites coming into this one. And continuing their crusade of control. Thrust down the left-hand side, then down the centre, deflected over the head height and onto the cage behind. So free kick will be taken. Sun starting to draw to a setting stage as we sink in the final stages of the over 34 plus group action. Of course, after this game it will mean 4 more games left to play in this over 34 plus tournament. So it's over on the far side, smashed into infield. Husseini All-Stars gathering pace, clipped down the right channel, back towards goal. Gives the ball away, and the left attacker comes forward with the ball, poked inside. Stanmore A with a point to prove, and they've got a shot away there, scrambling to pick the ball back up, and that's the issue when you are top of the tree, People want to chop it down. They want to prove themselves against you. The old adage, of course, is when you play at Wembley. And Tottenham had that when they had Wembley as their ground for a while. That when you play at that stadium, people raise their game for this type of occasion. So on pitch 1, we see Hosseini All-Stars versus Stan Moray. Goalless at this moment. Stan Moray to our right. Hosseini All-Stars in the bibs to our left. Bowled out towards the far side. Touch tight to the cage. Down the centre it goes. Having his heels hooked there by the tall centre half in orange. Orange shorts, I should say. He's wearing a navy blue top. Unless you were thinking I was referring to somebody else in orange shorts. Stan Moray with a shot from range. Smashes off the cage towards the far side. So rolls out it goes. Really poor touch. Hosseini All-Stars haven't brought their All-Star game so far. Bowled down the channel. That's cut out. Stan Moray give the ball away. It was a crime for that to rhyme. And here they come again. Hosseini All-Stars. Tucked in tight to the near side. It's another clumsy pass there from the tall centre half. It looked like a tired pass, really. Of course, they have had to wait. They would have got here a little bit later, of course, but they had to wait for the open age group to finish the tournament. And so watching on, nerves would have gathered. And, of course, that concentration will only remain for a while. You'll have peaks of concentration. They are intense games. Does take it out of you. And you certainly feel that Hosseini All-Stars have yet to get going in this second game on pitch 1. And Stan Moray now with a point to prove. Dancing down the channel on the right-hand side. Skipped past his man there, but failed to make it count. Very little substance to his attack, but they're still going here, Stan Moray. Cruising as the ball, we see another one get hooked onto the field. The referee quick to bowl that to the sidelines. Hosseini All-Stars in here though, and then the shot dragged wide, smashed off to the cage to our left-hand side, and the goalkeeper in the pink gloves will be happy to see that one go past his left and upright. And now Stan Moray driving with momentum. The pass comes raking down the channel. It's a poor ball in truth be told. Pass down the centre it goes. Hosseini All-Stars takes it onto his right foot. Held off the ball quite comfortably in the end. Stan Moray starting to put themselves about here with the pre-tournament favourites. They are holding them to a goalless draw on pitch 1. Hosseini All-Stars looking to refresh and again lose the ball. Stan Moray, sighter of goal, takes it first time right down the throat of the goalkeeper, who is an easy match in the end for him. And the over 34 plus group is starting to heat up with the pre-tournament favourites struggling here against Stan Moray, who gave a great account of themselves against Stanmore B. That game also ended in a goalless draw in the first curtain raiser of the over 34 plus tournament here at the Millbank Centre in Croydon. Stanmore A continuing the rise, right footed, takes it on, chops his shot forward, and then it clatters off the back cage. So Hosseini All-Stars will drive forward themselves. Very little strategy to their game so far. We're seeing they were a lot more composed when we saw them last. And that strike thunders against the chest of the All-Star goalkeeper. Well, the positive is that they haven't conceded, and a draw isn't the worst thing in the world for tournaments of this nature. And here they are here Pushes it out to the left-hand side. Crippling ball forward. Still going here. Husseini All-Stars looking for the breakthrough. Chops onto his left foot. Then steers it for the shot from range. And it bounces off his arm and onto the cage behind. And it's a drop-down ball over on the far side. Husseini All-Stars get it back. Then they strike from range again. And of course, what champions do is grind out results. And if they are able to sneak into the lead here, that will show their pedigree. No doubt. Stan Moray, though, have gave a really good account of themselves. And the pre-tournament favourites have been under pressure. So bowled out towards this near side. Taken down first time. Crossfield pass finds his man. And the target looming for Husseini All-Stars. Clipped out towards this far channel. Heavy touch there. The right forward attacker, but he crosses the ball in with pace, and then the shot is dragged wide, almost slices his effort towards the back cage. And there is the full-time whistle for Husseini All-Stars. So we're halfway through the over 34 plus tournament. And the tournament favourites, winners of last year's tournament, Husseini All-Stars, are held to a goalless draw by Stan Moray. So 4 more games on pitch 1. Next to see is George's Best versus Hatchy Heroes. An update that we will see the knockout stages after this tournament. But they are to come later on. The open age group of Group A and Group B. So the top 4 of Group A and the top 4 of Group B will do battle. And on this pitch you will see the False Prophets take on Just Eat FC and Manchester United against Sharia Ballers FC. And of course the over 34 category still going on with 4 more games. The next on this pitch is George's Best versus Hatchy's Heroes.
Yeah, you did a lovely one for me.
So Group 5 of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. Game 5. Starting to settle here, the weather. It was raining before. Still quite cold. Nowhere near the highs of the temperatures that we saw yesterday. Really hot weather. So it's back to action. George's Best versus Hatchy Heroes on pitch 1. We're running a little over schedule. Thank you for still joining us on the live stream. A very warm welcome to those who are and who have joined for the over 34 plus tournament. Hatchy Heroes on their 3rd game back to back. Getting a little breather.
So now, wait, we're good. Hello, wait.
Hatchy Heroes, of course, to our left-hand side in red and orange stripes with the navy shorts. They've been the most consistent team that we've seen when it comes to the colours and to their strip. And over on our right-hand side is George's Best, who, of course, on this pitch earlier on narrowly were defeated by Husseini All-Stars. Pre-tournament favourites looking to start well here. George's Best with the sweeping drive outside the penalty area. Bowled out towards the far channel and steered inside. then pop forward. Here they keep going.
Left side, he's pulling it.
And then stabbed off the chest and away towards this near flank. Chaiwala popping it forward. Hatchy Heroes unable to make most of much of that. So George's Best versus Hatchy Heroes. George's Best and Hatchy Heroes playing in similar strips. Yeah. And the goal that separated the two teams when Hatchy Heroes last graced this turf was an absolutely stunning strike. Top corner from range. And they've started well here again. So it's pushed back. Space here for Hatchy Heroes. Popped out towards this near flank. Under pressure. Steered inside. And then backing up he goes. On the right hand flank. Still going. Hatchy Heroes cuts inside. Then picks out his man. Shot comes in from range. It's a really tame effort. It's almost like he was caught in two minds between whether he'd shoot or he would cross. And eventually it ended up in nothing really. This HFC Revival Football Tournament is in the final straight. The over 34 plus category is drawing to a close, and Hatchy Heroes versus George's Best is the 5th game of 8 in the over 34 pluses category. I'm interested to see why it's over 34 plus and not over 35. I wonder whether or not that there was some really good players who were 34 and actually just wanted to be a part of this spectacle. I'm not surprised why they wouldn't. So left-footed, steered inside to this right-hand side, and Hatchy Heroes building momentum, cuts a pack across his man, shot comes in. It's a pummeling drive from range, and then poked further forward towards his centre half. Still going here, Hatchy Heroes. Then connects inside, that's cleared away. Rolling forward with the ball, stabbed with his instep to the right hand side, and then pushed out towards the far flank for Hatchy Heroes to recover. Scooped down the centre, shot comes off, it's rolled through the arms of the goalkeeper and off onto the back of the cage. They're coming again here. This time it's George's Best. It's a really poor ball in the middle of the park, and Hatchy Heroes have won it back. The shot comes in. The goalkeeper was left in no man's land, and the shot just about escapes his clutches and escapes the left-hand upright, because Hatchy Heroes really piling on the pressure now. Over on the right-hand side, cut infield, poke forward, takes the ball on. Hyderi continue to pressure, stabbed inside on this near flank, and coming forward, holds up his man. Hatchy Heroes had that one covered. Great view here, both from the camera overlooking the action, and of course that of being on the touchline. Great sight of Hatchy Heroes' goal moments ago, and they're in again here looking for another. Still 0-0 in this game, but in the previous one they played on pitch 1, they thundered a really spectacular effort into the top corner over on our left hand side. And we continue. Shot comes in from distance, and George's Best deal with the initial attempt. Bowled out to the near side, and Husseini All-Stars, who were held to a goalless draw on the previous game that happened on pitch 1, seem to have found their mojo again. They lead by a goal to 0 on pitch B. And the shot comes in from range, slammed against the centre half, then poked back. George's best now will count it. It's 2-on-2. What can he make of this? He just couldn't gather any real head of steam, and eventually closes his man back down and shovels it back to the goalkeeper for safety. He'll be pleased with that in the end. Ball goes right back to the goalkeeper in orange jersey and in black long bottoms. Shot comes in, snapped off the legs of the George's best as goalkeeper. Angling to clear his lines. And the shot comes in from distance, it rattles, the crossbar comes back off the fray, and once again the goalkeeper is able to deal with the initial attempt, and the second attempt also dealt with by the shot stopper. Hatchy Heroes looking to catch George's best, napping, and they've steered inside there over on the left flank. That's a coming together of proportion. The big man falls to the floor in a heap. Have to say it's flew by the tournament so far. And Hatchy Heroes with a free kick here over on the far side. Taken shortly back towards goal, pushed out towards the right hand side, and then flexed down the flank, flicked inside, and Hatchy Heroes come forward. They've lost out though, and the battle continues on this right hand side. Shot comes in, it's beaten the goalkeeper, and Hatchy Heroes take the lead once again on pitch one. Goalkeeper could do little about the venomous strike from range. He almost saw the ball through a crowd, and by the time he could see any real sighter, it was past him in an instant. And Hatchy Heroes lead by a goal to nil. And they're defending the goal to our left and looking for a second to our right, and they've poked it forward again, and the goalkeeper's come rushing out. He's overcommitted, and Hatchy Heroes with a simple attempt and a simple piece of play that ends in a second, and that is the full-time whistle. Hatchy Heroes with a 2-0 lead. It was the final goal and the final seconds of the matchup. He's tapped it home from close range. He couldn't really miss, it was harder to miss. Hatchy Heroes with another 3 points on the board. And next up tonight we have Stanmore B in red against Dewey Chaiwala in the blue and red. You may be mistaken if you've just tuned in to think that Dewey Chaiwala is the same team as George's best. They are wearing a similar strip, but I can tell you that they are two different teams. I'm sure when they both face off against each other, they'll have to don one of the bibs. So then, Stanmore B to our right-hand side in red. Always a mixture of Manchester United red and Liverpool red. I think Roma red's in there somewhere. In fact, you've got to be quite a football eye to distinguish what sporting shirts they are wearing. And we must catch sight of them all. But the attacker who's going towards the ball is in Roma red. It's a slight... Is it really a red is the question. It's a slight maroony colour, isn't it, with orange slogans strapped on the side. But Hatchy Heroes with another win. And I feel that if things work out the way they do, Hatchy Heroes could face Husseini All-Stars in the final. That looks like a really realistic possibility. But we are back in action for Stanmore B versus Dewey Chaiwala. In the 6th game of 8 in the over 34 category. Of course, the other games are happening as well on the other pitch. Important to recognise. But here we go. It's getting a little colder here, and we have to wrap up a little warmer. Each second that passes at the Millbank Centre in Croydon, let's be warmed up by some football. The cross does come in, cross field, stabbed off his foot, over towards the far side, smashes off the cage, and then back inside. Shot comes in from range, and that flies over the right and upright to the cage behind. More interviews taking place on the sidelines. It was almost like listening to two conversations, one that's happening on the field and one that's happening behind. And hearing about Hatchy Heroes, how they're proud to be part of this tournament, and how they're proud to be part of the Hyderi FC revival. So Stanmore B over to our right hand side. Pulls it out to the near flank, then push further forward and continues the run. Just slows the pace down, and that's a key component of Stanmore B's game, is to be able to control that pace. Skips down the left hand side. Stanmore B under pressure. Dewey Chaiwala with the press over on the left hand side. Push back towards the goalkeeper in red on the right hand side. And for a moment there I didn't think he was wearing gloves, but he is. He has to be in these conditions. It's much colder than it was yesterday. It'd be an interesting sight that if we saw the same weather of yesterday. Always affects the football to some extent, the heat. I wonder if we would have had water breaks in tow as well. There's been a tight schedule. We are running slightly behind as well, so maybe that wouldn't have been possible. But as things stand, it's Stanmore B against Dewey Chaiwala. And we're yet to have a goal in this contest on pitch 1. Stanmore B pushing more pressure on here. Clear down the right hand channel. And then a throw in. Ball down the flank. Steps inside. Here they come, Stanmore B. Hoping for some momentum, they've lost it. And Dewey Chaiwala with an outstretched right hand side, the left footed attacker, just a lunging drive really over on the far flank, struggles to contain himself and his emotion. It does mean a lot to these two teams. Stanmore B and Dewey Chaiwala, not necessarily two favourites, but in the mix to cause an upset. They held Stanmore A to a goalless draw on this pitch in the first game of the over 34 plus tournament. And they steered it over towards the far side. The shot comes in, deflected and then bowled out to the far flank. Pass comes again. This time it's cut out. And Stanmore B with a point to prove. That's a hopeful poke back to his own man. And the teammate collects on the right hand side. So Dewey Chaiwala 2 yards short of the centre circle. Restart play on the right hand side. Shot comes in from distance and the goalkeeper was down and dealt with it. It's the second time I thought he had no gloves on. He wasn't set that time but managed to deal with it well. Stanmore B progressing from the back. Glides down the channel. Pokes off the back of the cage to our left hand side and then stab forward down the flank. Still going here. Dewey Chaiwala pushes it infield. He can't get any purchase on that ball. And so moving forward we go. For Stanmore B out towards the right hand side. Tuck back infield. Shot comes off early. Whips off the boot of the attacker. And behind. So Dewey Chaiwala moving forward down the centre of goal. We're just past or heading up to 20 past 8 in the evening. This is the 6th game of the over 34 plus tournament. Hatchy Heroes versus Stanmore A to come next on pitch 1. And then Dewey Chaiwala versus George's Best. That is the teams that both wear the same strip. The final instalment of the over 34 plus group in HFC. Dewey Chaiwala with a free kick. Taken quickly. And that gave little by way of offence. Smashed down the right hand side now though, and they're building up ahead of steam. Stanmore B struggling to really gather much possession, but the shot comes in from range. It was a powerful effort. I felt it from here. Brushed past the left and upright. Bounced off the cage with authority, really, didn't it? And then Dewey Chaiwala, though, coming forward, they get the shot away. And that fails to deliver. So Stanmore B moving forward from the back. Takes his man and feels the nudge, goes down. Went down like a Premier League footballer there. Well, Cristiano Ronaldo was playing in the middle of the park for just a moment. But he's back on his feet. And the sportsmanship's great to see. As the ball goes further forward, he almost kicked the ground there instead of the ball. You can see how frustrated he is with himself. That of the Liverpool attacker. Agsha, who's sporting the number of Roberto Firmino of Liverpool. And he just stumped his foot into the turf a little too long there. So a free kick over on the far side. In the 6th game of 8 on pitch 1. Clever play once again, and that's a brilliant effort. It was slightly forecast, and that's where the goalkeeper was able to get down to his left-hand side. A fantastic ending to the 6th game of 8 in the HFC Revival Football Tournament. 2 more to come for you. Hatchy Heroes against Stanmore A on pitch 1, and then Dewey Chaiwala against George's Best. That will conclude the action in the over 34 category. And then we will head straight into the knockout stages of the open age group that sees the False Prophets take on Just Eat FC in the first game of the knockout stages. And then Manchester United against Sharia Ballers FC. Of course, following on from that, we will then see the over 34 plus. And on this field, we'll see third against sixth. And then a period of prayer. And then the two finals, the 34 plus final and the open final. Haven't quite understood just yet who's going to do that. Warren Muggleton, who's my co-commentator over on the far side, covering the action on pitch B. We'll have to have a wrestle over the microphone to see who covers the closing stages of this tournament. That's heading late into the night, 22 minutes past 8. If you're just joining us in the HFC Revival Tournament, our 7th game on pitch 1 sees Hatchy Heroes face off against Stanmore A. Looks to be an interesting contest, this one. Hatchy Heroes, who are 2-2 on this pitch. 2 wins out of 2, both by a goal to nil. And Stanmore A have always gave a good account of themselves. It's a little windy and blustery, the conditions here between the two teams. The penultimate game of over 34 plus action in the HFC Revival Football Tournament. It's Hatchy Heroes to our left against Stanmore A to our right. Hatchy Heroes in head to waist in red and orange stripes, and Stanmore A in black. Early start here from Hatchy Heroes. Rolls the challenge, holds off his man, shot comes through. He put plenty of power on it, but it's comfortably saved in the end by Stanmore A's goalkeeper. To our right hand side in the pink gloves. Over on the right hand side. So free kick here on the left hand side, taking quickly, rolls his challenge, cross comes in, comes off the goalkeeper's arms and then away. Powering forward, Stanmore A come and they threaten off the post. Agonisingly close for Stanmore A, and Hatchy Heroes, who No one's really been able to lay a glove on them on this field this afternoon. Nearly came under fire. So a throw in here. Thrust down the right hand side. Stan Moray combining. And then push back. Bowled out towards the left flank. And with his back towards goal, curls it out towards the right hand side. And pushed in field. He's lost it. Stan Moray driving themselves. Still going here. Pushed inside. Holds on to the ball. Can't quite gather it in his stride. And it's just a little bit chaotic at the moment. Stan Moray now with the drive from range. That goes right through into the midriff of the goalkeeper in grey to our left-hand side. Hatchy Heroes hoping for more there. He's poked it forward onto the halfway line. And then slammed into the feet. Hatchy Heroes grab it, and then the shot comes off. It takes a deflection, bounces, and it nearly ended up in the net to our right-hand side. But it hasn't. And as things stand, it's still goalless here. Hatchy Heroes have won both the games on this pitch by a goal to nil. And they're battling here down the left flank. Roll the challenge. Smashed it infield, over on the far side, still going here. Hatchy Heroes climbing down the channel with every canter. Carries the crest of Hatchy Heroes on his shirt. Moving forward with vigour and vim over on the left flank. But they've lost it now, and here comes Stan Moray. Poked off the cage to the right. And he's clumbered into his man. Hatchy Heroes see it back to the goalkeeper with very few problems. Poke forward, comes back. Stan Moray coming themselves in the middle of the park. It goes, shot comes off the post, and the rebounds inches away from an opener for Stan Moray. They've threatened twice now. They do say that third's the charm, and Stan Moray are inches away from giving themselves a lead. They did give Hussaini All-Stars on this pitch earlier on a real game. They are the pre-tournament favourites. They won the tournament last year, and that's probably why. So over on the right-hand side, it's thrust down the centre. Hatchy Heroes have found some space, and they've delivered. A fantastic finish. A really great free-flowing move. Met by a beautiful strike into the bottom corner. Wonderful. Though it seems Hatchy Heroes just find a way to get themselves into the lead in this contest, and they've done it time and time again. And that might just be the reason why they head into the final, and they might just win this game and this tournament. The HFC Revival Football Tournament. Every team who's come here wants to win. Of course there'll be different attitudes, but Hatchy Heroes are in again. Takes it first time. It's a brilliant free-flowing move. It's number 2 for Hatchy Heroes, and they are starting to ascend into Heroes on the field of play. It's really nice play. They've cut them open quite quickly and sharp as you like. He's finished it with aplomb. Can he reach the real expectation of what they're hoping to achieve? Stan Moray now looking to go punch for punch. They've been knocked out twice so far, and they're coming again. Stan Moray, shot comes in, slammed against the left foot. Hatchy Heroes breaking away, 2-on-2, has space. Can he find his man? Look to square it, doesn't in the end, and then goes for goal. That did nothing much by way of an attack on this right hand side. It's now just been cornered in the near cage. Really difficult to see when it goes right in the corner, but I can certainly give you the best description. Just fireworks starting to go off now, and Hatchy Heroes have shown fireworks on the field of play. They lead by 2-0. They've won each game on this pitch so far, and they're heading to a third victory, the penultimate game in the HFC Revival over 34 group. Stan Moray looking to have a say about that though, and the near post strike tests the goalkeeper, but to only a little extent. Bowled out it goes. Hatchy Heroes firing forward. Space again, shows him a clean peel of heels, and away it goes. It's starting to get a little cold here. Lips are starting to chatter as we watch on. Lots of action that we've already seen, and lots of action still to come, including the knockout stages that will take place after the last game in the over 34 plus group stage. The knockout stages for the open age group. And on this field of play, that will see the Falls Prophets take on Just Eat FC. That's the winners of Group A against the 4th place finish of Group B. And there is the full-time whistle on the penultimate game in the over 34 plus group. And it's finished by 2-0. Hatchy Heroes have laid claim to another team in this tournament. It's George's Best and Dewey Chaiwala who cap off the group stages of all the tournaments that we've seen so far. They've stacked them high. The games have come thick and fast. It's very much like the Champions League draw that's happened. Of course, they've extended the Champions League draw to include more games. We've seen plenty of them here. Of course, there's no real financial implications to seeing more games here, but in the Champions League, that is the case. And they've turned it into a league format. And talking of the Champions League, that is what the trophy does resemble. The HFC Revival tournament. And the Champions League trophy. So Dewey Chaiwala against George's Best. And of course, remember, both these sides play in similar colours, so we need to differentiate the two. So George's Best in the green bibs and Dewey Chaiwala get to keep their blue and red colours. This is the final game of the over 34 plus tournament. And then we are on to the knockout stages. That's when it starts to heat up. That's when tournament football increases from 8 minutes to 12. And pitch 1 sees a little bit more bite and brawl than we've already seen so far. Looking forward to that, but I'm looking forward to the final game in this tournament that could make all the difference in Dewey Chaiwala, or George's Best, heading into the finals of the over 34 plus tournament. So George's Best to our left in the green bibs and Dewey Chaiwala to our right without. The final game. And here we go then, underway. HFC Revival Football Tournament on live stream. Over on the left hand side. Push down the flank. Poke back. Stab forward. Then stabbed into the feet of the on-rushing attacker. He's lost it. Dewey Chaiwala will break away. Continuing to roll. Down the right-hand side, space here, the cross comes in. It was almost a cross shot as it arrowed towards the near post. And the orange luminous goalkeeper, who stood in his way, almost acted like a traffic light, holding the ball out over on the left-hand side. Now George's best, progressing with the ball. Hang it up, route one, to the big man up top. He's fallen to the grounds. And it sees the ball rush back to his goalkeeper. And be bowled out over towards the far side. And then popped infield. Through the legs. And then cleared down the right hand side. Dewey Chaiwala continuing the run. Played infield. He's lost out. And so here come George's best. Surely have to be named after Manchester United's great attacker. I'd be very surprised if it's just George down the chippy. But smack down the left hand side. Patient build up here. Much slower game to the ones that we've seen previously, of course. The ones that have really hit the tournament alike in the over 34 category is that of Husseini All-Stars and Hatchy Heroes. But the shot does come in from range and it's gone through the goalkeeper's grasp and into the net behind. He'll be disappointed with that. George's best sees one of Dewey Chaiwala's best efforts on goal, and the goalkeeper just failed to clasp hold of it. So push back to the goalkeeper over on the left hand side, and George's best moving forward. Still going. Down the centre, space here for George Best. Looking for a quick response to go on behind Hillion. On the right hand side. Press continues. And push down the centre. He found space, he couldn't latch onto the touch with enough purchase on the ball, and it's rolled past his foot and out towards the goalkeeper over on the left hand side. But Dewey Chaiwala hoping and hunkering, and then they come forward again and head into a 2-goal lead. It went past him in a flash of an eye. Maybe it hit the side netting. Perhaps it wasn't a goal. No, it was. I don't know why I'm second guessing myself. It's probably after seeing 28 games of football, but it was a goal, and that means that they lead by 2-0. Dewey Chaiwala ending this over 34 tournament strong. Pushing forward down the centre. Back towards the goalkeeper over on the right hand side. Curling ball out towards the flank. And then pushed back to his goalkeeper. In the orange gloves, in the orange shirt. They're both wearing really thick orange luminous jerseys. Both goalkeepers. And the pass down the flank is poor. Doesn't really deliver by way of content. Shot from the George's best attacker is easily dealt with. And Dewey Chaiwala will gather their shape and pick the pocket, carry on down the centre. Oh, it's a very experienced route away from goal from the George Best centre half. And we're starting to see some support on our far side. That's what happens when there's no action on pitch 1. There's great, no action on pitch 2. There's greater action on pitch 1. And here is Dewey Chaiwala. They lead by 2-0 over on the right hand side. The final game of the over 34 plus tournament at the HFC Revival Football Tournament. This group comprised of 6 teams. That being Stanmore B, Stanmore A, Hatchy Heroes, Dewey Chaiwala, Hussaini All-Stars and George's Best. The knockout stages to follow of the open age category. That will see the False Prophets take on Just Eat FC in the first game of the knockouts on pitch 1. And following on from that, plenty more action to come, including Manchester United against Sharia Ballers FC, and they're looking to add a third to the equation. And he's rattled the crossbar with his audacious attempt. He chipped the goalkeeper, it bobbled off the top of the woodwork and away to safety. And that was a nonchalant touch from the centre half of Dewey Chaiwala, and they're coming forward again with a shot. That was sweeping, that was swiping towards the left and upright, and it's glided off the turf and just about brushed past the goal. Dewey Chaiwala really have shown some confidence in the final game of the tournament. So over on the left hand side, push back towards the centre half, then pushed over towards the far side. Cross comes in. George's Best deal with the initial pass, but there haven't really been much of a match for Dewey Chaiwala. He's nutmegged his man. That's gathered some cheers from the crowd. All fun and games, really. George's Best win it back, and then the shot from range. And that's the final whistle. The group stage tournaments have come to a close, and we head into the final straight of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. And I'm talking about the knockout stages. We will be with you for more on that. Shortly after the break.
Monstars. Go, we need a big turnaround. Let's go, boys. Ball final. 10 minutes.
told that if this ends in a goalless draw, or we're unable to find a winner in the 12-minute game time that we have, it will go to 3 penalties that are of sudden death nature. And that could have plenty of drama. So here we go then. Rolling forward, over towards the far side. The False Prophets beaming forward. Down the flank. Still going here. And pushed inside. Now we're starting to get into the stage of the competition where there's very little room for error. And a goal in this tournament could be fatal if conceded early or late. Just Eat FC, of course, finished 4th of their group. And the False Prophets won their group pretty comfortably. So the False Prophets driving forward. We're starting to see a little bit more rain now. Drip from the sky. Just Eat FC. Killer ball down the left hand side. It's cut out. False Prophets move forward with momentum. And it's smashed down the channel. Space here. Tucked in the corner. He's battling and brawling his way forward. And it's really composed football there from the man in the middle. Just Eat FC. Moving forward well. On the ball. Bowled out from the back. They've lost it here, and the False Prophets gathering pace down the left channel. That's cut out. And Just Eat FC rolling out towards the left-hand flank. Drives his passing field. Push back halfway through. Middle of the park. Angling for an opportunity. It's quite a pacey contest, this one. And a shot from range. Oh, it's inches away from lighting the touch paper in this contest. But Just Eat are in. And they've smashed it down the middle. Just Eat FC have taken the lead. In quite stunning circumstances. It's a counter-attack that really was made out of one ball. Always the case in tournament football. And the goalkeeper perhaps could have done a little bit better there. But Just Eat FC, who finished 4th in their group of Group B, have taken the lead in this contest. And now the False Prophets, who bulldozed their way through Group A, have plenty to do. And of course, time is not on their side. But they do have a free kick midway inside the Just Eat half. They're taking it quickly, and that's what champions do. Respond in fine fashion. They've equalised almost instantly here. The False Prophets right back into the contest. A sweeping drive. They caught them out with one free kick, and Just Eat FC, their lead lasted for what? 30 seconds, a minute. And now the False Prophets bounding forward. But they have to be careful. They've been caught out once already, the False Prophets, and it's wriggled through his leg. We're starting to see some really pacey, feisty action between these two sides. Oh, some frustration starting to spill over. And the crowd not helping matters. What's football, without a bit of emotion? That's why they want it. It's competitive spirit. They have a free kick here, Just Eat FC. Should say it's only 1-1. Doesn't mean that False Prophets lead this by any stretch of the imagination. They've pulled themselves back into this contest, but they were undone quite quickly, and they're in again here, and it's rattled the one way at that time. Inches away from retaining the lead. The False Prophets under pressure here. Just Eat FC have come to play, and for a team called Just Eat FC, they are gobbling up the opportunity. The referee's already blew the whistle. I know it's smashed into the net, but that will not count. A free kick on this near side. Rain starting to pour further and further down. For those watching on the live stream, you probably won't be able to see that. But it's very evident for those who are watching on the sidelines. Here comes Just Eat FC with a shot from range. He threw a hand at that, really. Couldn't see it through the crowd. Smashed his right paw at the attempt, and he just guided it over the top of the crossbar. Of course, if it comes back off the cage and someone's quick and sharp on the rebound, that could make all the difference. We are in for an entertaining climax to the first quarter-final of the HFC Revival Football Tournament of the Open Age category. Just Eat FC 1, False Prophets 1. I should say that this is the group winners of Group A versus the 4th place team in Group B, but they are matching themselves and performing at a similar level. You wouldn't be too unpopular to take the view that they're both providing the entertainment. So thrashed down the centre, off the boot of the False Prophets forward. He's lost it. He's got a chance to strike. He hits it. The header comes back off the rebound. It was always difficult to guide that down. He maybe could have bounced it off the turf instead of looking for the chip. It's always really difficult to chip anybody at 5-a-side. You've got to go down to the goal of the tournament if you're able to chip someone at 5-a-side. The goal that we've seen so far that probably is the best of the bunch is that of Hatchy Heroes. But we have seen the False Prophets emerge into a 2-1 lead. Just Eat FC have lost their way, and the takeaway delivery is on delay. They're waiting for a driver to steer this ship back into action, and there's lots of action happening on pitch too. Of course, you can tune into that on the live stream. Our colleague Warren Muggleton covering the action of the other quarter-finals that are taking place on pitch too. So Just Eat FC now behind in this contest, trail by 2-1, and the False Prophets looking to establish a cushion. Poked inside, still going here, right-footed over towards the far side. Push down the flank, Just Eat FC in control at the back, but not in control of this contest. Then fired down the flank. Sandwiched in between two players, and then it bounces off the cage and out for a free kick, which is taken quickly. They must throw caution to the wind now. They have very little time in this game. The False Prophets piling forward down the right hand side, and then over to the left now. Just Eat battling with every move and with every breath, it seems. The False Prophets continue their run down the flank. He's clattered into. Feels like it was a free kick. The referee has gave that to be so. So it's a free kick. This is the contest that has taken the attention at the moment. Just Eat FC, who came into him Early lead, and then now the first quarter final is over. And although Just Eat FC took the lead, it was a character-full performance from that of the False Prophets, and they came right back in to the second. Almost to the second. An instant reply from the False Prophets. They win that game by 2-1, and they head into the semi-finals of the open age category. Up next, it's Manchester United against Sharia Ballers FC on pitch 1. And then we see some over 34+ action sandwiched in between the open semi-final, between the winner of quarter-final 1 and the winner of quarter-final 4. And then the finals to follow a little later on tonight as well. The whole tournament will be finished tonight. You can catch it all on the live stream, so stay tuned, because it's going to get even better as we head into the night. We're on 9 o'clock now. Manchester United are up against Sharia Ballers FC. For time purposes, reduce the game time to 10 minutes. Sharia Ballers FC in red, Manchester United in white. Keen to get on with this one. We've still got plenty of action to cover. Sharia Ballers FC look to be over to our left-hand side. So it's Manchester United against Sharia Ballers FC. Sharia Ballers FC in red to our left-hand side. Manchester United in white to our right. It's the second quarter-final on this pitch. We will know after this game the semi-finalists of the Open Age tournament. Isn't that exciting? As it's pushed down the left-hand side for Sharia Baller FC. Slammed up against the cage. Rustles and rumbles his way back down the channel. It's a confident ball over towards this far side. Crossfield it goes. And quick into the challenge. Manchester United recover possession. Sweeping drive forward from the back. Smashes into the boots of Manchester United forward. Have to be careful not to confuse them with Manchester United. Although I don't think there's very little distinction with a Scouse accent. Manchester United or Manchester United. You are able to draw the differentiate there. So what we do know though is that this is locked in a goalless draw so far. Sharia Baller FC stinging the fingertips early on. The goalkeeper slipped and he shrugged his man and then he slammed it home. Sharia Ballers FC have taken the lead. Controversy in the build-up. A couple of thought that that may have been a foul, but Manchester United have fallen behind and Sharia Baller FC take the lead. The goalkeeper slipped. It was unfortunate. He's had such a good tournament. We gave him lots of credit earlier on. But sometimes in the most clinical and definitive moments, you make that mistake. There's little margin for error in the knockout stages. Now, of course, in the quarterfinals, it does mean that if these two sides fail to find a winner in 10 minutes, we will head to penalties. 3 definitive sudden death penalties will decide who heads into the semi-finals. But as things stand, it's Sharia Baller FC. They lead by 1-0, capitalising on a mistake from the Manchester United goalkeeper. Thrust out towards the right-hand side. He rolls his man, rolls the challenge well. Chaiwala FC keep hold of the ball well. Poked down the channel. Back inside. On the centre circle, shot comes in. He holds on to the ball. Play goes further forward, skips off the turf. Away from his man, but it's bounced off the cage, and once again he's been caught napping. And this time sticks out a hand and pokes it wide of the upright. But there's a couple of moments of nerves there from the Manchester United goalkeeper. Wouldn't be too disappointed with himself after such a fine tournament. So right-footed down the flank, bounces off the boot of the forward. Back to the goalkeeper. He bowls it further forward down the channel. Still going here on this near side. Manchester United pushing forward. You can hear the crowd now starting to get in full voice of support for both sides. And Chaiwala FC coming forward, comes off the chest and pushed back once again. Steered out to the left hand side. The centre half slams it down the channel. Takes one touch, back inside, through the centre, unable to really gather a momentum. And they've latched onto it again here. And it's right down the barrel on that occasion. Out it goes to the far side. Right footed down the flank, bounced off the cage, poked forward, then it comes again, then steered away. He rolls the challenge, the centre half is wise to it, and then rolls it back to his goalkeeper under no pressure. We are heading into the final stages of the second quarter final between Chaiwala FC and Manchester United, and as things stand, Manchester United are going out of the tournament. Chaiwala FC lead by a goal to nil, and down the right hand channel, space here for those in the red bibs. I thought he felt a touch there in the penalty area. Change happening here. Fresh legs fired on into the forward line. So Manchester United with the ball to the right hand side. Looking to clear his lines. And that's pushed forward. 10 yards outside his own penalty area, and then stamped out towards the far side. Another battle on the cage. It's cage football at its finest, this. And scoop forward. Taken on the instep. Right footed, goes inside, unable to quickly move, but Manchester United with some momentum. They need to find an equaliser, or they are heading out of the tournament as things stand. Here come Chaiwala FC for one last attack, maybe. Under pressure from Manchester United. They're encouraged to find an extra gear from somewhere. Where can they increase the level? They trail by a goal to nil. Played inside. Push back towards the goalkeeper. Right footed on the edge of the penalty area. And then steered back. Outside of the foot, goes down the channel. And then pushed back to the goalkeeper in black. The referee, with whistle in hand, looks poised to end this contest. Well, he's maybe just going to give a free kick. One of the two. So ball back to Sharia Baller FC. What can they make of the final few minutes of this contest? They've got it on the near hand side. And that was a feisty challenge. Not happy with the collision there at all. Winger. It's pushed inside, goes off the orange boots, and then poked back, down the right channel, off the cage it goes. Still pumping pressure. Manchester United with a shot from range. That's going to do little to stake their claim into the semi-finals. They really need to find some clear-cut chances from somewhere, or they are heading out. Free kick for Manchester United. Over on the far side. 5 yards outside of the opposition penalty area.
Spin off him. Don't stay tight with him. Don't stay tight with him. That's fine.
Curled out to this left-hand side. And then back the way it goes. And Manchester United quite composed in their approach to the final few minutes. They haven't gone all guns blazing. They're trying to break them down and rediscover a bit of football that they showed in the group stages. They always look fallible in certain areas, this side, but the goalkeeper had a fine display, and actually be really disappointed in himself for the goal that he has conceded this afternoon in the quarter-finals. It's back to the goalkeeper. He's bowled out. Push down the channel. And Sharia Baller FC see the ball go from back to front. Now Manchester United giving away a free kick here in the definitive stages of the contest. The last thing they want is the ball to be up this side of the field. And it goes through, but Manchester United have won it back. Can they make amends at the final few moments? He's hit himself in the cross, and he's still down there, the forwards. And play has stopped, because that is the end of the second quarter-final. Manchester United bow out of the competition at the quarter-final stage. The final score in this one, it's Sharia Ballers FC 1, Manchester United 0. So we're off to see some over 34 plus action now, and this will determine who plays the stronger team in the semi-final. So the over 34 category.
What's going on?
On the for them, it's almost a playoff to see who plays in the semi-final, and the team that wins this will take on the winner of the 34 plus group.
Leave a question after the interview.
Stay there, Ben, right? Yeah. Very there. Stay there, do the interview next.
So Stan Moray against George's Best for the honour to play the winner of group stage winner. So underway in this playoff that will see the winners take on the group stage winner of the over 34 plus. And Sam Moray with an early attempt. And another attempt. The winner will play Hatchy Heroes in the semi-final of this one. So Stan Moray with the ball down the centre. Strike from distance, deflected onto the cage on the near side. And goes further forward. And a hobble and a limp there over on the left hand side. So moving with the ball, it's pushed inside. Stan Moray with the early sight of goal. You would think that they are the favourites against George's Best, but you never know in this contest. He fires a shot over the top of the crossbar, it rattles the cage behind.
First time doing a big one.
Yeah, exactly.
That it went well.
Over on the left hand side. And George's Best moving forward.
Make sure you come down.
Down the right hand side. Poke forward. Shot comes off. Still going here. Stan Moray angling for a shot. Can't quite find the definitive touch. They're playing for a place against Hatchy Heroes in the semi-final of the tournament. And it'll take place on pitch 1. And coming up next is the open stage, open age semi-final. The False Prophets taking on M&F. They must be named after Monday Night Football. We will confirm that. And remember, of course, that if this game fails to find a goal, or it ends with no winner, there will be determined by 3 sudden death penalties. Here's the chance, space here, and Stanmore FC of the A kind have rattled into the lead. A brilliant drive from Stan Moray, and he pummels into the lead. Found with plenty of space, and George's Best were caught napping at the back. So, in the middle of the park, Stan Moray get us back underway. Over on the right hand side, they lead by a goal to 0. George's Best doing little to perturb that lead. The slash shot from the back is poor, and it's scooped down the wing, and then back across over on the far side. Holding on to the ball outside of the boot, he tries his pass, and then scoops inside. Stan Moray driving towards goal. Shot comes in, smashed off the back of the defender for George's Best, and he's gone down in a heap there. It was a thumping effort. I wouldn't have liked to take it in the face. And he is receiving treatment. Hope he's okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the HFC.
So he is wounded, and he's down on the ground at the moment. Hoping everything's okay. And we have the Open semi-finals for you. And that looks like this. On pitch 1, it's the False Prophets versus M&F. And on pitch 2, it's Leicester A versus Chaiwala FC. Of course, we saw in the last game on this ground, Chaiwala. So he's down on the floor, and Stan Moray lead by goal to nil. Pushed in the corner, shot comes in from distance. It skips off the left thigh and bounces away. Stan Moray poke forward, off his toes as well, and down the channel it goes. So tucked in field, and then further forward. He didn't take the touch well, and Stan Moray, they lead by a goal to nil. They are heading in against Hatchy Heroes, and they really nearly confirmed it there. As things stand, George's Best do need a goal to get them back into the contest, but they don't look any close to finding it. And Stan Moray wrap their pass down the right channel, still going. Hatch hit the post, the goalkeeper was sprawling, and he has his blushes spared as it cracks off the upright and back into the faithful arms of the shot stopper in orange to our left hand side. So he's looking to motivate that of his players. George's Best haven't been at their best today, that's for sure. And Stan Moray are cruising towards the semi-finals against Hatchy Heroes as things stand. Although a goal would change that, and maybe we might get on the counter. That ball down the right channel looked promising, but it didn't amount to nothing, and then they've picked it up in the middle of the park once again, and Stan Moray have regained possession. It's popped forward and then through, and Stan Moray with another strike. That sends shivers down the spine of those that play for George's Best. If a goal wasn't enough to confirm things, 2 probably is now. And pitch 1 sees the over 34 action confirmed by a 2-goal lead for Stan Moray. Right-footed, they're looking to extend that lead now. They've picked out a man, and then cross the fray it goes. The goalkeeper read it and covered his lines well. He's bowled it out of the penalty area. Stan Moray get it back, and then they swipe from range. It had power and had pace, but it didn't have precision. Stan Moray cruising again, and again they threaten down the right flank. The goalkeeper could do little to deal with the challenge. And then scooped over towards the left-hand side. It runs off the boot of Stan Moray's right-sided defender. And the goalkeeper in the pink gloves bowls it out towards him over on the far side. That's tucked in field. Stan Moray angling forward, then the pass, then connects once again, takes on his right foot. Still going here. Through the middle of the park, he's lost it. And he's running back. And Stan Moray continue to add further insult to injury. It's a brilliant move. It's 3-0 for them. They are sailing into the semi-finals of the competition and doing it with real authority now. They lead by 3-0. And George's best have really struggled to contain them. They're looking for a fourth here. He dragged his shot towards the near post. And that third and final goal seals the victory for Stan Moray. And it means that we are heading in to the open age semi-final between the False Prophets and M&F. But the final score in the over 34 playoff on this game and on this pitch. Stan Moray 3. George's best 0.
This is open semi-final.
Come on!
Boys, head in the game! Head in the game! Good luck, Leicester!
12 minutes straight, okay? Not half time, 12 minutes. Getting serious. Pass! I already told him 12 straight. Yeah.
Head in the game, boys! Head in the game! Come on!
Remember, talk to each other.
You've got the bus started, that's why. Trying to get each other. Let's go. Thank you, lads. Silly, you won.
Yeah.
Head in the game! Let's go! Heads up!
So it's time to regroup and redeliver for the semi-finals of the HFC Revival Football Tournament in the open age category. On our left in maroon and blue, almost similar to the Burnley kit, is MNF. And on our right hand side is the False Prophets. Of course, it is the winner of Group A coming back to the field that they controlled so well. They had a tricky test against Just Eat FC in the quarterfinals. They fell behind in the opening stages of that game, but then have clawed themselves back into a 2-1 lead. So they got themselves into the semi-final with a couple of scratches and bruises, but perfectly okay. There's a challenge here over on the left-hand side that has stopped play for a moment.
No, boys, focus! Boys, no drop in tempo, focus!
Remember, keep talking to each other.
Yeah, you lot! Head up! Keep talking to each other! Ozzy, come back! Ozzy, come back! Ozzy! Come back!
So still down here. Over on that far side.
No dropping, focus. No dropping, focus. Go to your position. Go to your position. Be ready. Be ready at all times. Get in your position. Don't care. Ozzy, get on.
Did you scream mummy? Then it's fine.
Head in the game, Oz.
Hassan, there is any ice pack here? Ice pack.
And of course we will be back with you shortly when we find out what's happened here. And it was quicker than I thought. He's back on his feet, which is good to see. These two teams, MNF, as I keep calling them, Monday Night Football. It has to be Monday Night Football. MNF versus the False Prophets in the Open semi-final. MNF to our left-hand side in maroon and blue. That light stripe across their jersey, and then on to our right hand side, the False Prophets, who won their group and took this pitch that they're playing on a light in the group stages. So angling for a throw, eventually gets it, bowls it down the channel, then poked on again. The False Prophets keeping hold of possession early on here, and then hangs it back to his goalkeeper. It really has started to just eke into a little bit more tension. Trepidation grits the turf here at the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022. It's coming to a climax. We're in the semis. Two semi-finals are happening. And both these sides want to be in the final. That will take place after prayer. We will take a short break for that. And there's the shot from the False Prophets. And have taken the lead here. An audacious effort. A half chance converted from range. And the False Prophets, once again, drive into the lead. How often have we said that this afternoon? They are cruising and crumbling their way to the final. The only foundation that they need to knock over now is MNF, and they lead by a goal to nil, and they've already made good work on that. It's pumped in field. Ball down the left-hand side. The False Prophets moving forward. Skips his man and found himself to be knocked to the floor. An outstretched leg knocks out the on-rushing run of the False Prophets attacker, who kick-started their scoring spree this afternoon. And there's the shot from distance, kills his way towards the right-hand upright, goes past the post and bowled out once more. And now MNF looking to regain some composure, dribbles his way through the centre, has options on his left-hand side, went for an audacious attempt instead, and it just smashed against the legs of the Stanmore, of the False Prophets centre half, and then really nothing came of it. A change or two for MNF. They're changing up the lineup from Jamie and Gary. Guest appearance from Wayne Rooney. But they trail by a goal to nil. And the False Prophets, as it stands, are heading in to the final of the Open Age Championship. That ball goes down the centre. It took 1 or 2 touches to get it to safety from the M&F centre half, but he manages to do just that. Crawling down the right-hand side, he comes back with pace, and then he skips his pass all the way back down the channel, on the centre circle, under pressure from the press of the M&F attacker. He's lost it, and so the False Prophets under pressure once again. Allows it to roll onto his knee. Really composed approach here from the False Prophets. Scoops it down the left-hand side. Brings the ball in field, then goes for the shot from range. And it's a stunning effort that was always rising. So a free kick that was in the build-up that didn't happen is now going to happen. The referee has been a point of contention at times in the game. He's just called the game, I think, how he sees it. We can never win, referees, but M&F are in here. And a whispering effort. Like a candle in the wind, that. Blue towards goal. So the ball's over on the left-hand side. Bowled out towards the far channel. Touch tight to the touchline. He's had his pocket picked, and the False Prophets have doubled the lead. They are not just heading to the final at this rate. They are storming to the last game that we will see of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. M&F stunned by a seconds in quick succession, and now they've got an absolute mountain to climb. They have to throw all caution to the wind now and just roll with the punches, because as things stand, the False Prophets are heading into the final, whether that's against Sharia Ballers FC or Hatchy Heroes remains to be seen. But they're coming forward now. M&F looking for a way back into this contest. He felt it to be a penalty. The referee deems it to be a push.
You must have set up VAR. You guys are good.
Hey, Rick, count on VAR, play.
Right, VAR.
Ref, wait.
The referee and a point of contention once more.
That's definitely VAR.
And the play continues.
That's a pen. There's a VAR check. Of course.
We are going to VAR. They don't have VAR in the League One. They don't have it in the Championship, but they have it here at the Millbank Centre in Croydon.
Croydon is elite.
So what is going to happen here? We need a little bit of jeopardy in the semi-final of the Open Age. I should say, Hatchy Heroes are in the winners of the over 34s. I got a little confused there because the Open semi-finals are the False Prophets versus M&F and Leicester A versus Sharia Baller. They're on the opposition pitch. On our pitch, we see the False Prophets. They lead by 2-0 against M&F, but there's a controversial penalty decision that needs to be determined here. We have gone to VAR, which I didn't even think was a possibility at the start of the evening, but it is. And I wonder how this will be decided. What will the referee deem of the picture quality? And he's heard the voice from Stockley Park. It's not a penalty. They lead by 2-0. And they continue with a lead of 2-0. So tucked inside. And the False Prophets now, buoyed by the fact that they carry a 2-goal cushion into the final stages of this contest. Whip the ball over towards the right-hand side, pushed infield. And those in the navy and blue continue to canter down the channel. The cross comes in into the midriff of the goalkeeper in green. And eventually to safety. Ball back out on this near side and come angling forward. Bent away it comes, and then M&F with a speculative effort from range. He's lost it. And the False Prophets see no urgency. They lead by 2-0. They don't need to be hurried. They certainly don't need to be harried. And they're just looking to slow this down now as much as they can. Another entertaining effort from range. That's smashed off the back of the centre half. Coming forward once more on the edge of the penalty area, right-footed, moves away, continues to run forward, and then the pass inside. Shot comes through. He sniped at it really, not got any power on it or direction. So thunder down the midriff of the goalkeeper to our left in green, and push forward down the middle flank, and then it falls to the False Prophets, who again will unleash from range over on the far side. Snapped infield and then chopped over to the left flank. Always creating a new angle, it seems, and have just been a little bit better in this semi-final contest that found an extra gear. And M&F are struggling to keep up with the pace of the False Prophets. Over on the far side. Steered out to this near flank, and then the shot comes in, bounces off the thigh of the centre half. He thought it went overhead. M&F keen to get on with it. They do so with pace and pump, but really struggling now, and strong in the challenge. He's onto it quickly. The False Prophets eyeing a third here. He just takes the tempo right down, completely changes the approach, sets the pace in this side, sets the tempo. It's hard to do. It takes composure, it takes real razor sharp thought in pressure situations, but he found it in that moment. And it's punched forward into the feet of the M&F attacker. Over on the left hand side now. And then stabbed further back onto the cage. Over on the right hand side. M&F needing a change here, but he's not going to get the opportunity to make a change. Just hobbling on as the False Prophets continue to drive on in the middle of the park. Ball down the centre. Goalkeeper threw his whole body at that, and that was enough to deny. He hasn't been able to keep out the other two attempts from the False Prophets. They raced into a 1-0 lead early on into the contest, and then added to that quite moments later. So the finalists of the HFC Revival Football Tournament, one half is the False Prophets. We wait to hear what happens on pitch 2 to determine who they will face in the Open Age final for the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022. We'll be back shortly with the semi-final of the over 34 plus category, which sees Hatchy Heroes into the semis.
Boys, how are we going to do this? Can someone find Hussein Khan to go do some work?
I'll keep it. I'm the only one that can get it, don't worry. Just kept going out to the left most of the time. Yusuf plays very technical.
What I can do is can't be streaming. I can stream from the one. We're only going to stream from the one.
Yeah, I can keep streaming from this
We're
one.
going to record from the other one, right?
Yeah.
Record from the other one. That's fine. We get love, right?
We'll have to come down now.
So yeah, the one in blue. The team in blue.
No one's wanting to.
The one that just asked for the score.
As long as he didn't go goal.
Imran, you okay?
He's decent. He's sick. No, he's sick. He paid.
Okay, so the Open Age final will be the False Prophets against Sharia Ballers FC. That is the showpiece occasion. And we will be back with you shortly. I'll
late
whack
now.
them over my head, mate, after this one.
Yeah.
Okay?
I don't want to go and do B-roll for these semi-finals.
Back in it. Cheers, man. Welcome along then to the HFC Revival Football Tournament. The weather has taken a dramatic turn for the worse. It is thundering down here in no more drips and drabs, but a flood of rain. And this game of football has got a completely different dimension to it. Semi-final on pitch 1 is Hatchy Heroes. Stanmore B, isn't it? Huh? Stanmore B.
Yeah.
Again, Stanmore B on the right-hand side. So Hatchy Heroes versus Stanmore B. As the thunder clatters in the background, we've got longer games as the rain starts to pour. And Hatchy Heroes, who won their group, face off against those that won in the playoff. Everybody's gone indoors. Normally you'd have everybody out for the final who's taking part in the tournament, but really we haven't got enough raincoats to fit everybody. So we are on the near side here with Hatchy Heroes. Stabbed inside it goes, pushed further back on the edge of the own penalty area, and moving forward at quite a pace. Still going here. Hatchy Heroes, the right hand side, skips over the challenge and continues his run further down the line. Now, of course, if this does not end with a winner, we will go to sudden death penalties, which is made even more the worse with the weather. And I'm sure those goalkeepers will try and hold the ball as tight as possible, but it can easily slip out the hands. Hatchy Heroes, who were just such a pummeling force in the group stages of the over 34 draw, and they continue to apply pressure early on here. Stanmore B looking for a shock upset. The final looks destined to be Hatchy Heroes versus Husseini All-Stars. Of course, they will be on straight after this, as the strike comes in from range, right-footed, goes into the midriff of the goalkeeper, who's whacked his hood up, and I wonder why. He's, because of the conditions here, shielding himself from the rain, smashed into the side. And off the gate, over on the far side. So back it goes the way. And over on the far side, HFC Revival. The end of this tournament. Flooding forward down the left-hand side. Pushed into the faithful gloves of the goalkeeper to our left in grey. And continue to run. Hatchy Heroes drive inside. They've lost it. And on the left-hand side, they prosper forward. So on the right, skips over the challenge. Hatchy Heroes pokes it through the left-hand side. Clatters off the cage to our far side. And he holds off the challenge. Stanmore B doing a great job here of holding and hounding. And there will be a 5-minute break between that and the final, I'm being told. So in the semi-finals here, of course, the other semi-final taking place on the pitch opposite. But here it's Hatchy Heroes versus Stanmore B. Neither side yet to find an opener in this penultimate contest before the final. 2 more finals to come in showpiece manner. I think we're going to have a little break between the semi-final and the final, and then the open age tournament. I am going to be joined, thankfully, by some other voices for the final, which will be a delight. A couple of co-commentators. I think Warren will join us, who has been covering the action so splendidly on the opposite pitch. And then, of course, Saif and Ali also in line to join us for the final of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. It's been a great event, really. I really thoroughly enjoyed it despite the weather. And it was okay, actually, up until the semi-finals, and then the storms have just hit. I'm delighted that so many people have turned out to watch it. It's a shame that the final is probably being watched on the live stream, but hello to you, warm inside. Have a cup of tea and hot chocolate on me, please. I'll be thinking of you as you cuddle down in the sofa and watch the final of this contest as Hatchy Heroes break down the left, gets the shot away, right down the centre, sprawls his knees and delivers the bounce back, and then it goes forward from deep off the cage, and the goalkeeper, who's all covered up in grey over on our left hand side, bowls the ball down the channel on the left hand side. Hatchy Heroes carry forward, still going, edge of the penalty area, attempts a strike from range. It's a crisp effort, but one that clashes into the cage just behind. So out it goes for a break in play. The rain is motoring down here at quite a pace. And they're dealing well with the conditions, both sets of players. Hatchy Heroes, they've worked so hard to get to this stage. Of course, they've went through quite an exhausting group stage, and then straight into the knockout tournaments right afterwards. So I'm not surprised that they're giving it to them all in the final stages of the contest, despite the weather conditions. Almost playing like there is no rain to be had. But they're in the middle of the park here. Stanmore B chops over the left foot. and carries forward. It would be a bit of a shock here if Stanmore B were to overcome Hatchy Heroes. And that attack broke down quite quickly. Stumbled forward with the ball and then felt a nudge and went down. So free kick here for Stanmore B. 5 yards outside the penalty area. It's probably not 5 yards, but it's of that nature. A one-man wall that couldn't be tighter. And the free kick angled. They look for a back heel. That worked well, and he saw a sight of a goal there for just a moment or two, but it was quickly closed down by those at the back in Hatchy Heroes. And the angle was too tight in the ends to really trouble the goalkeeper over on the left-hand side. And the ball's gone over the cage, so once again we reset play. Over on the left-hand side, plenty of action so far has happened for Stanmore B. As for Hatchy Heroes, who, you know, show real promise throughout the tournament and have been one of the favourites for the over 36 category. Just stalling here a little as they pick up pace down the left channel. The goalkeeper lets it run into his penalty area and bowls it out towards the far flank. Right attacker will carry it forward a couple of yards and then push it back inside. Right footed, stabs it forward. He saw an item of space there over on the far channel, and the rain maybe just took it beyond the forward. Over on the right side. It's clipped down the channel on the left hand flank. Hatchy Heroes just trying to regain a little bit of possession here. They've been stunned a little by Stanmore B. Of course, the break in play doesn't always help things, and it does mean that you have to regroup and find an extra level or two.
2 meters.
So clear to me that, you know, that break in play can be crucial in determining the outcome in tournaments like this. It's a really strong challenge. Pushed him back. Hatchy Heroes shoved back to the goalkeeper over on the left hand side. Plenty of bite and brawl that we're seeing so far, and that's what we like to see. Neither side able to open the deadlock in the semi-final that will determine who goes into that showpiece occasion that will happen in 5 minutes time. We have got a little bit of lightning now as well, brushing the sky as it's steered down the flank. Takes a touch, that wasn't brilliant, but he's touched tight over on the far side, and then Hatchy Heroes with a heroic catch throws his arms at the ball and takes it down out of the sky. So free kick here for Hatchy Heroes over on the far side, just short of the halfway line, forward by 2 yards, and then they lose all momentum of the free kick as it goes back the way down the left hand side and back to the goalkeeper. Bowls it out quickly, looking for the run, has to hold off his left-sided centre half, pokes it back inside, still going here on the right-hand flank, then steered infield once again. Hatchy Heroes with a strike from range, and he stings the fingertips of the goalkeeper on the right-hand side, palms it away to his left, and that's the first real opportunity and sighter of goal we've seen in this semi-final. Of course, if there is no goals or we fail to find a winner in normal time, we will head to a sudden death penalty shootout of 3. And on pitch 1, we've seen plenty of jeopardy. We've seen a VAR check. Didn't think that was going to happen today, but we have. And we could see a penalty shootout emerge in a moment or two time. As things stand, Hatchy Heroes climb back inside. It's poked forward. Stanmore B pick the pocket. They're on the left-hand side. They've cut it back in field, and the cross just skips over the foot of the attacker and out towards the far side onto the cage. Now Hatchy Heroes coming forward, but they've lost it to Stanmore B, and it's steered back onto the centre circle, who rolls the challenge. Still going, cantering forward. The pass was good. It was a right idea, wrong execution. Stabs it over towards his left-hand side. Bounces off the turf and back to the goalkeeper in grey over on this left-hand side. He bowls it out quickly to Hatchy Heroes, and they try and maintain the momentum, and it's a clever move down the left-hand side. What can he do here? Cuts it back on his right foot, swings an effort towards goal, bounces away from Stanmore B, but Hatchy Heroes will come again down the right-hand side. Clears the ball down the flank. Space here, pokes it forward. Stanmore B had plenty of bodies back. And he shrugs his man off the ball. The referee still asking him to carry on here as they continue on the right-hand side. Gets his shot away. And he's been a stubborn defence. That is a really strong challenge. And the rain a little more complex now as well when challenged like that come flying in. A yellow card. It's the first of the game. Just taking the tone down a little here. And we hope to get it back up now. There are a couple of challenges like that, but hopefully they can put that behind them and refresh. And they have. Look at that. Great sportsmanship at a HFC Revival football tournament. Lots of community spirit. No, we're just checking if the yellow card is a sin bin. So it means he is going off the field. I thought they were going to do a VAR check for a red. That's what I thought was going to happen. It didn't. They are sending him off for a sin bin. And he can reflect on that challenge, which was very strong. And I wasn't expecting it. But it's the semi-finals, and anything goes at the semi-finals. As Stanmore B are hunting for a winner. That's gone all the way through! And Stanmore B have found the opener! An incredible attempt from range that just beat everyone in its sight. And it was a Blair that just fizzed into the bottom corner. Hatchy Heroes now have it all to do. And they have to find a hero of some sort. Who will it be? They have plenty of players that could provide that. But Stanmore B have somehow found their way to the final. It's an upset, it's a shock. It's happened in the final minute of the contest. Of course, Stanmore B, they have been. It's probably a little unfair to comment that because they have been mainstays in this tournament throughout the tournament. They've always shown themselves to really deal with the pressure of the two favourites, Hatchy Heroes and Husseini All-Stars. We thought were going to be the side that ultimately were going to be in this final, but Stanmore B with a rocket from the blue. We thought we were heading into penalties, and actually Hatchy Heroes, who won the group, remember, have been knocked out by the 4th and 5th place winner. We are back shortly for more action shortly when we see the two showpiece finals of the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022. We'll be back shortly with the over 34 group category and then off to see the open age final as well. So we are back then for the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022. A couple of upsets actually, as Hatchy Heroes and Husseini All-Stars, the pre-tournament favourites, last time out, are bowed out of the tournament. I've got Saif here, who is going to give his insight on the final. We've just seen two favourites be knocked out of the tournament in my eyes. Saif, how have you found that?
Well, Stanmore are actually my rivals, so it's a shame to see two Stanmore teams in the finals. But they're two great quality teams. They've knocked out two of the favourites, so it's going to be a great final without a doubt.
Yeah, so fascinating. And we've also got Warren Muggleton here as well, who's been covering the action over on Pitch B. What were your particular highlights from the day today, Warren?
Oh, well, we've seen plenty of quality games, but the knockout, everything's just been building to the knockout, especially that last one we saw, decided by a penalty shootout. That's the reason Stan Moray in the black are here. They're knocking out Husseini All-Stars. It was just a real contact, a tussle in the rain. Brilliant to watch, brilliant to cover. Amazing stuff, and they deserve to be here right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting contest, no doubt. It's thrust down the right-hand side and then shuffled back to the goalkeeper over on our left-hand side. Stanmore B, I should say, are in red, and Stanmore A in black. Smashed down the channel and cut out by Stanmore A. Still going here, and an opportunity. Scrambles a shot towards goal, and it bounces off the turf and just behind the near post. You're in trouble there, Stanmore A. Who have you got your money on here, Saif?
Well, it's going to have to be Stanmore A. The team kind of says it all. They've been the better team this tournament, and they knocked out Husseini All-Stars, who are a team that have come with tons of accolades. So, yeah, it's going to have to be Stanmore A.
Well, Hatchy Heroes top the group. So, I was slightly torn on this, to be honest, as they move forward down this right-hand side. So, Stanmore A, canter forward, over on the left channel. He cuts infield, still going. Pushed out towards the far channel. He's took a nick there. And this is going to be a free kick in a promising position for Stanmore A in the over 34 plus final in the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022. First time pass, and it's caught everybody napping. And the shot just glides over the top of the crossbar, smashes the cage behind. Stanmore A coming close there early on. And they fire down the right channel, still going here. Shrug and shoulder their way forward. Bowled out by the goalkeeper. Over on the far side, using the cage to bounce forward. And then careering forward in the middle of the park. Over on the left-hand side, still going here. Stanmore A, shaping to shoot. Eventually gets the shot away. Takes a deflection on its way through. Any standout players for you in the tournament, Saif, that you want to highlight?
Yeah, so I think in this game we'll definitely be looking out for Saf.
I was talking to Jamie Carragher for a minute there, Saif.
I had to do it. But we'll be looking out for Saf from Stanmore A. He's probably been the best player who's on the pitch at the moment for the over 34s tournament. He's picked up a couple goals, if I'm not wrong. On the other team, I've been told that Hassanein is a player to look out for. So we'll be watching.
Superb, and can you point out Saf to the viewers watching on, or is he in a blare of red? What I find really interesting as well is that you've got Liverpool shirts aligned with Manchester United shirts and Roma shirts. It's a real collection between the football taste, isn't it?
It's kind of an oxymoron of a team, to be honest. I don't know what they were thinking. I know they were told to wear red. They should have just gone with plain red. Anything, just not United tops.
I think my particular highlight was watching somebody in George's Best team, which is obviously named after George Best, wearing Liverpool shorts. I absolutely love that. Stanmore B just lost away a little in the final so far. So, as things stand, still 0-0 between these two sides. They have knocked out those favourites to progress to the final. Hatchy Heroes and Husseini All-Stars, pre-tournament favourites, and won the tournament last year. As he scoops the ball inside, cut out, and then powered forward down the channel, takes a nick off the cage and then goes inside, lets the ball roll over his feet, but Stanmore B will progress from the back. Still going, left-footed drive, stabs a shot towards goal, takes a deflection, still goes, and then right down the barrel towards the goalkeeper. Deals with it well. Pushed out towards this near side, popped in field on the edge of the penalty area. Stan Moray get it away and contain the attack, and then find a man over on the right hand side. And his effort towards goal was promising, but failed to deliver what he was hoping for. I wonder what the difference a penalty shootout will do to that takes out of you as you head into a final, especially when they're so close in proximity. It's out over on this far side. Goalkeeper in pink, gloves, in a Liverpool jersey. Balls his pass towards the near side, looking for route one. The way towards goal, takes a healthy nick forward. And Stan Moray recover possession in the middle of the park. Left-footed drive, crossfield pass, cuts out by Stan Moray, then comes back this side of the field. And then stabbed out wide. Forward he goes. And Stan Moray driving down the left channel. He's broken away here. He's into the penalty area. And it's gobbled up by the goalkeeper who came out and just about dealt with that. Stan Moray released down the left channel. Scrambling forward, and they're coming again here on the right hand side, looking the closest to an opener, bounces off the upwork and then comes back into the penalty area and to safety. And promising signs there from Stan Moray.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Stan Moray have actually been the dominating team this half. We've got a chance over here. Oh, it's just gone overhead. Yeah, but Stan Moray have actually been the dominating team this half, and Stan Moray have had one great opportunity there. It just shows it takes good, 2-3 seconds, and the game can turn quite quick.
In tournaments of this nature, it just goes end to end so quickly, doesn't it? As we've just seen just there, thrust down the left channel. Space here emerging for Stan Moray. Guides his pass infield, takes it on the right foot, goes for a drive from range, stings the fingertips of the goalkeeper. It's too hot to handle. What have you made of the first half, Warren?
I think it's been a tug of war is the way I would talk about this one. Stan Moray just with the edge of it purely because of this guy on the left wing. He is absolutely superb. I've seen him all day doing it on the same pitch. But I think what's clear throughout this final is there is a Stan Moray philosophy. They play it out quickly from the back. They want to get it out wide and move it into the middle or get that shot. It is fantastic to watch from a spectator's perspective. But right now it means that they're almost cancelling each other out to a certain degree.
And that's why we hire Warren. He gives me much better analytical knowledge than I would. Really entertaining first half. And we have one more in store. And I'm right in saying, safe that this will go down to penalties if we're yet to find an opener.
It really looks like it. The keepers are both having fantastic performances here. Even the defence just not giving the strikers the space and time to shoot. And if the game continues as it is, we're definitely going to go a 0-0 penalty shootout. Well,
that was a trope of the first, especially in the Open tournament. I know we're looking at the over 34s here, but certainly in the Open tournament, there was a spree of goalless draws on this pitch. I don't know if you found the same on pitch B, Warren, but this particular pitch, we were just sort of waiting for a goal. It took the fifth game to come because it was such a cagey start from all sides.
I don't mean to make you jealous, Ryan, but yeah, we had a goalless draw to start with, but then we had a comeback, a 2-1. Leicester beating Just Eat, two of the favourites coming out. So we had a bit of a fest, had a bit of a drought for a couple of games, by that being like 1 goal per game. But yeah, no, we've had plenty of quality out on pitch too, and I think that's shown in the quality of this final.
Stan Moray rushing forward with the ball, and they've killed it home from close range. They've found the breakthrough almost instantly after the first half, and Stan Moray have raced into the lead. And we're talking about penalties, we're talking about goals. Safe, Stan Moray are in the driving seat of the final.
Yeah, I mean, that took a quick turn. I thought Stan Moray were really coming out here to try and dominate this game a little bit, and attack quickly turned over. Stan Moray, great first touch, great finish. They did everything they needed to do. It's absolutely fantastic from them. And now Stan Moray are going to be chasing this game.
And the only person I feel sorry for more than Stan Moray's goalkeeper was Warren, who's chasing his way, just trying to get the attack to finish. We got it in, definitely. As they go down the right-hand side. Stab forward, Stanmore B trying to double the lead. In quick succession. On this near side. Pushing forward, down the centre. Takes it first time, holds off his man. Scrapes an effort towards goal, always sliding. Not really offered much by way of support. So Stanmore B in the ascendancy. A climbing ball down the channel. Evades everyone in black. But they've picked it up at the back. And they're looking to regain some momentum. That try from range adds little to this contest. And bowled out from the back quickly. And they're going to be caught in two minds here, Stanmore B. The more and more this game goes on, as the seconds tick down, do you think they'll hold on to their lead safe, or do you think they will go for a second?
I genuinely think they're going to hold on to their lead here. They really brought the game to a block. And
I thought you were going to give the commentator's curse. I was passing it over to you.
As I was saying it, yeah, as I was saying it. No, that was a great shot there, just wide of the post, but we'll see how the game kind of develops from now, because it all matters what happens in the next few seconds, the next few minutes.
Yeah, you've got to throw caution to the wind now. Stanmore B know that they are leading this contest, and as things stand, they would be picking up that trophy that resembles the Champions League. Safe, you know a lot about Champions League trophies, don't you? We've got 6 of them.
Yeah, being a Liverpool fan, the Champions League is just another trophy for us. I don't think many of the other English supporting fans around here would know much about that, but 6 is plenty.
I see Marcelo's Instagram picture the other day. He's got 5 Champions League trophies. Just a remarkable career, really, from the Real Madrid right back. So pushed over towards that far side, skips down the channel, bounces off the right boot. Stanmore B with a clear sighted towards goal. He had his heels clipped and momentum stalled over on the far right hand side. So a free kick here for Stanmore B that they'll hope to take quickly. Hanging over the ball, over on the left hand side. And they do look like they're now just holding on to the lead, but they've gifted the play right back towards Stanmore A. Shot from distance is poor. Get another attempt. He gets it back and he stings the fingertips over on the left hand side. Palms it away to his right hand, his left hand upright. And Stanmore A keep coming forward. They are not settling for this. So a free kick here. Left-footed out towards the far side, bounces off the cage. Still moving forward. Can they find a clear-cut opportunity? They've had a couple of attempts from range, but nothing much more of note. Stanmore A stung and stunned in the opening stages of the second half. And we are heading into the final stages here. Stanmore A punches the ball into the feet of the left attacker and then finds his man, and he's just slashed his shot just wide. He's inches away, and composure really mattered there, didn't it, Say?
Yeah, definitely. I think the keeper has made the goal seem a lot smaller than it is. Abbas Suleiman has done everything to keep his team into the game here.
So it's over on the right hand side. Killed down the channel. In the middle of the park. Outside of the boot. That's a clever pass. Down the centre towards goal. The through ball almost unlocked the defence right from the back. So Stanmore A moving forward with purpose, and they've squeezed it through the legs. Chance here over the top of the crossbar. Smashes off the cage behind. And once again they come close. But not close enough. Hoping for a quick time check here of where we're at. How long left of this contest? How long's a piece of string in a tournament of this nature? That's a free kick over on the far side. Stanmore B here looking like they're going to close in.
This is definitely part of the game where it starts to get a little bit more aggressive, where the teams are kind of hanging on with their fingertips, and we're going to see the game get very aggressive over the next few moments, especially with the older men. They haven't got the legs on them, but they definitely do have the bodies.
And they've got the bite and brawl. And they've gone for an attempt from range. That was audacious. It did little to trouble. Are we heading into another penalty shootout? Stanmore, of course, buoyed by the momentum of getting into the final through that route. They're knocked out. Husseini All-Stars, the pre-tournament favourites. And as for Stanmore B as well, a last-minute strike took them past Hatchy Heroes. So we are heading into the closing stages of this contest. Squeezed inside, punched into the feet of the right attacker. It's just evaded his stride and bounces off the cage to this near side, hanging onto the ball. It's a lamented attempt, really, to clear his lines. They've played plenty of football this afternoon, and that's got to be playing on the mind. The concentration now needs to be at its utmost if they are to find a way back into this contest. It's 2 against 1, and the shot from distance finds the bottom corner. Stanmore B have won the HFC Revival over 34 football tournament. Your thoughts, Safe?
Last kick of the game, and I think that's Oscar Ali who got the shot off there. And they've just put the game to bed 2-0. They deserve the game, to be fair. They were phenomenal over this loss. And you're right, it takes a lot of mental strength to get this far into a tournament and keep pushing, especially when the other team are coming at you. The other team, Stanmore A, were taking shots from left, right and centre, but Stanmore B have gone and taken the win.
And sometimes with games like this, you just wonder, when you watch the group stage, you just warm into the group stage. You warm through those games, you get yourself into the final four, because that's what matters, and then you grind out the wins in a knockout stage. What have you made of Stanmore B's performance throughout the tournament, Warren?
It's just got better and better and better. It's, as you say, the key word with these kind of days is growth. Understanding your conditions, understanding your opposition, how they're going to play. And to be honest, Stanmore A are the best opposition they could have played, because they play them every day, all the time. They know the guys. So it kind of takes the pressure off to a certain degree, allows that creativity, a bit of flair, allows them to play in a different way. And they just enjoyed it out there. You could see everybody out there was having a great time. And at the end, that's what it's all about. Enjoy yourselves, be together, be cohesive, and just do your best and grow. That's what they did, and that's why they've won.
So the winners there: Mohammed, Abbas Suleiman, Hussein Ashgarhali, Hash, Afsal, Munsi and Yassine. The winners of the HFC Revival Football Tournament. In a moment, I'm going to hand you over to Warren, who's going to take us through the Open Age final. Any early thoughts on how that one's going to go, Warren?
I feel like it's going to be very similar. I think the key word is tug of war. It's quite interesting. You've got a False Prophets team. Great name, first of all. Fantastic. But they came in as the favourites. They came in with that title. People knew they were going to play big against them. So they had to be on top of their game, and they did that. You know, they started off with the draw against Manchester United and then sort of built and built. Got themselves to a final deservedly. Really doing well against MNF. Looked like a cracker from where I was standing. And then you've got Sharia, who have done a similar thing to Stanmore B. They've grown throughout this tournament. Started off with a 0-0, got a couple of wins, and then just managed to eat away at it. Didn't quite, just missed out on second place, but that's probably played in their favour, actually, because then they saw off Leicester, who have played sensationally. Beating them is massive. This game, I'm expecting high quality, fast passing, lots of shots, maybe, actually no, not so many shots on goal, but plenty of opportunity.
And Ali's just joining us now. Ali, your thoughts on the over 34 winners, Stanmore B?
Well, you know, we thought that they had dropped off a bit. We thought that even though in previous tournaments they have been in the finals, they're always in the finals, and they have won a few tournaments, but lately they're dropped off. Leicester had taken that name as the champions of this category. We thought, you know, an HFC Revival tournament, Hyderi would be there in their home hosting the tournament, that they would also reach there. That wasn't to be. And Stanmore proved once again why they are so disciplined and they have that killer mentality to reach those finals and make sure that they take home that trophy. And we can only credit them for that.
And this was a mixture between Stanmore A and Stanmore B. How well do these sides know each other?
Oh, these sides know each other very well. They've been playing together for the last 20 to 25 years. They've been battling against each other. Some of them have played in the same teams. Some of them have played opposite each other. They train together. They train together maybe 4 times a week. So these guys know each other inside and out, and that's why that final was so close. There was very few goals in it because they know how each other play, and you could see that from the performances on the pitch.
And talk to us about sort of what this means to a side that wins this trophy. You know the community really well here. I watched the group stage draw on Thursday. It was really, really enjoyable to sort of hear about the community spirit that is sort of laced throughout this tournament. Talk to me about what it means to win the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022.
Well, I'll tell you what, for everyone over here, we might have rivalries on the pitch, but we're all brothers and we're friends off the pitch. But as you already know, when it comes to competitive sport, especially competitive football, no one's come here to mess about. Everybody's come here to win. And Stanmore and Hyderi, they have a massive rivalry. It's like Man United and Liverpool. The amount of wars they've had throughout the years, the close games, the fights, the sending offs, the sin bins, the arguments, the conflicts in just a football game, it's unbelievable. So Stanmore, both teams have come here, and they would have said to themselves before they came to this tournament, we're not here to mess about, we're here to win this tournament. And that trophy, that beautiful trophy, we want to take that home because we have the bragging rights for the rest of the year. And we can tell them every time we see them, we came to your turf and we beat you on your turf. And there's nothing more satisfactory than that.
And am I right in thinking that we are going to see a trophy presentation now between those two sides? That will happen in just a moment's time. And of course then Warren will take us through the action of the Open Age final between the False Prophets and Sharia Baller FC. And Ali, your thoughts on the Open Age final?
Well, the Open Age final is going to be a great final. You've got two very, very strong teams. False Prophets, they're a Hyderi team. Half of them play in the HFC 11-a-side team, which this tournament's all about. They've come here. They've won the previous tournament, the Al Noor tournament. They won that tournament against Just Eat in the final. They've knocked him out in this game in the semi-final. They're here in the final. They're playing a strong Sharia Baller team. Sharia Baller's team, they're a very new team. We haven't really seen much of them in previous tournaments, but their striker and captain, Ayaz, he's a phenomenal footballer. I believe he's top scorer in this tournament so far with 5 goals. And he's going to want to take his team. Maybe, you know, people don't know who they are, much about them, but they're going to come and put a name for themselves in this tournament. They're going to come to the final. They're going to give it all they have. False Prophets are going to give it all they have. I think we're going to see a very physical game. I think we're going to see a lot of shots. I hope it's a high-scoring game, but I have a feeling it's going to be a low-scoring game, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of good football in this match. And these are the best 2 teams here. They're the best 2 teams in the tournament, and they're going to give it everything. And that's what we want to see at these tournaments, the best 2 teams on showcase for the world to see.
And you've been watching a lot of the action. You've been on the ground as well, I should say, Ali, you know, throughout the day. What have the players made of the tournament this afternoon?
Well, I think everyone's enjoyed the tournament. I think they've all really appreciate all the hard work that the team, the AV team, the media team, the video team, the commentary team, the pre-production team, the post-production team, everyone who's really put everything in to make this tournament a success. And I think everyone's enjoyed the experience. They've enjoyed the level of competitiveness. And I think this is only going to be something bigger in the years to come, and I think all these teams are going to come. The word is going to go out about this, and more teams, more elite teams are going to come down here, and they're going to want their hands on that trophy. And that trophy, looking over here, it's beautiful, it's massive, it looks like the Champions League trophy, and I'm sure everyone's going to want to put that, take it back home in their sports club and have it right there in the middle of their trophy case.
And where did the creation of the trophy come from? Do you know? Is it always been of that shape and that nature, or has that been a recent thing?
I think that's a recent thing. I think we've always had really nice trophies at all these tournaments, but I think the biggest competition in the world is the World Cup and it's the Champions League. And if we look at it nowadays, it's the Champions League, and that tournament looks exactly like it, and I think that's where the inspiration came from.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'm going to hand you over here to Warren, who's going to take us through some more of the action.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ali. We'll be coming back to you both during the commentary, but we have now reached that point in the day where all eyes are on pitch one. All eyes on that trophy. Little old big ears, shall we call it. Sharia in their white and False Prophets in the navy blue. Smiles across the field, which is the best thing about this. Everyone's delighted to be here. Look at the 5 to 11 in the evening here, but they are shining bright under these floodlights. We are ready for what should be a spectacle of seven-a-side football. Got special guests coming out. And these teams is going to be introduced. Let's just talk you through the two teams. So we got the False Prophets team. We'll go through them when they come past. But Sharia, as we said, have worked hard to get here. Started out with a tough one, but have worked their way in. And now False Prophets are here. That team of Hyderi Jabed, Ramji, Ali Abbas Bamani, Ali Khawaja, Imran Jamohammed, Mohammed Abbas Lalji, Hamza Khan, Kalmulu, and Honos Jabed. They have been given their good luck and their best wishes ahead of 15 minutes of intense competition. They've all been greeted by the special guest, Syed Amar Nakshan Shoni. So we'll have 2 7-minute periods. Now, a quick question for you, Ali. We've seen a lot of different ways of approaching these games. Some teams have moved the ball about, try to figure out their opposition. Some have just gone straight for it. Who's going to make the fast start here?
I think we're going to see the faster start from Sharia ballers. I think they're a more direct team. They look to attack the goal as quick as possible. And I think False Prophets, we're going to see them sit back a little bit to start with. I think they're going to try and move the ball around. I think they're trying to try and play their football, play those triangles, try and play in through the lines and get their goals. And I think you're going to see 2 different types of styles here, but both styles very effective in their own way. And it's just going to be which style is more effective on the day in the game. Whoever gets, I think, the early goal, I think that's what's going to take it. I think that's what's the team that's going to win it.
Be the team, well, our team that sets the pace. Who will it be? Will it be a Royal Navy Blue win for the False Prophets? Or will Sharia dazzle in white to take that trophy? There's plenty of support for them on the barriers here, on the pitch one. And they're ready to get started. There's so many exciting players. That the right winger is one that's really stood out for me alongside the central midfielder. They both love to run. The left winger had an amazing bit of skill in the semi-final to set off the that second goal. Final team talk for the False Prophets. What are they saying at this moment, Ryan?
I think just calming the nerves, really. You know, this is it's something that they would have hoped for at the start of the afternoon, and they're now in that moment where they have to control their thoughts and compose themselves for what is to come. I'm expecting quite a cagey final, to be honest. But if a goal does go in this tournament and in the nature of this tournament, we could see an absolute goal fest in the final.
So this is it. 12 teams started in the Open tournament, and we are down to our final 2. And it will be Royal Prophets, False Prophets, to get us started. Wearing a very fetching England training top, I have to say. Just all we need to wait for now is our referee to get us started. He's going to wear a green bib so we can all see him. That's good. This is it, we are watching live on YouTube. The Hyderi FC Revival Football Tournament Open Final. Between False Prophets wearing the navy blue, kicking from right to left, and Sharia in the whites from left to right. And off we go. We're expecting high octane, fast pace, attacking football from both of these sides. But as you said, False Prophets looking to consolidate that possession early on. And there's a real contest already on that left wing. I'll play to the middle there. There could be an opportunity for Sharia to see what they can do on the ball. Nice little move to the middle. But again, False Prophets come forward. They've got space to turn. Goes out to the middle. They're working the possession well, stretching Sharia in his opening stages, creating an opportunity for themselves. This could be it. The shot goes in, deflected off the shin. Certainly a statement of intent from False Prophets.
Definitely, you just saw Haz Javed with that shot over there. Haz Javed's gunning for that top scorer spot. He's got 4 goals in this tournament so far. He's one behind Ayaz, who is playing for Sharia Ballers, but he's going for that top scorer. He wants that award. He wants to make it known that I'm not only the top scorer of HFC 11 aside, I'm also the top scorer in the HFC Revival tournament.
Plenty to play for. Another deflection off the shin. That one was climbing high into the sky as the Ranger starts to come back in. Sorry guys, I'm going to have to get the umbrella out. Getting on this. So another free kick. Another chance for our top scorer to try and add to that tally. Want to take home that prize. But he's got plenty around him. One back by Sharia. Curling shots just on the wrong side of the right post. Sharia have been sent a strong warning in these opening stages. How will they respond? 3 at the back for them. More like 2 at the back really, with the holding midfielder. It's like a 2-1-2-1. Allows for a bit of a counter-attack. That seems to be the setup that they're going for. False Prophets. More of a 3-1-2, you could argue. But we'll see how that pans out, see how that develops for them. That's a good turn for Shai, but it goes straight to the goalkeeper. Interesting point, the old formations. It's seen variety of them. Any concoctions that have worked best in your eyes?
Well, I mean, I think
what a turn! Just as they came down, just as we thought they'd gone into the corner, False Prophets score. They have taken first blood. The warning was not heeded by Sharia, and False Prophets pounce.
Well, you see there, Sharia just switched off for a moment there, and that's what this game's about. You switch off for one moment, and you get pounded. And Hamza Khan, the man from America who's playing college football, he came here a boy, and he left a boy, he's come back a man. And you've seen it in this game, in this tournament. He's been phenomenal. He's been my MVP of the tournament, and he's showing it in this final.
It's graduation day for him, and he is going with flying colours at the moment. 1-0 the lead, and now they want to add through it through their top scorer. His shot just blocked. They come back again. Sharia back in possession. They really need to find some space. Those parts won't do it. Of course, this is a key thing, Ryan. The conditions have become a lot slipperier now. They've got to have proper control of that ball.
Yeah, on the sidelines as well. It's always going to be difficult when the rain starts to pour, because it makes it much slippier. We've seen in the over 34s semi-final a couple of matches ago that there was a really strong challenge that went in, and it can be a little bit more dangerous actually in this weather. But ultimately, I think both sides at this moment in time dealing with it well, and the False Prophets just buying a little bit of time here, it seems.
It might just have been checking for an injury. I think chasing that ball, they may have clattered into the barriers, and I wouldn't blame them for taking a minute, especially after an intense day like today. I mean, from minute one, it's been right on the money from all of these teams. They have been going for it from the first minute to the last. It's a long old day for these guys, but they are performing 100% all the way through. 4 minutes, False Prophets with that edge, 1-0 at the moment over Sharia. But I feel like Sharia will still have more to say in this game. We come back to the goalkeeper. Lovely pass, but intercepted by the winger. Finds his forward, tried the shot. That could get deflected, but it'll dribble into the path of the goalkeeper. The lightning starting to flicker again, and there's certainly a storm brewing perhaps on the pitch here on pitch 1. Now this is the midfielder for Sharia. He's a bag of tricks he has. He does have a way of getting round players, Ali. We've seen it a lot of times. Well, the ball could come to him now if he can stay on his feet, but he just doesn't quite do it. One little slip and that can cost you.
Yeah, we've seen in this tournament he's got very quick feet. He's one of the flair players in the team, and they need to really get him involved. In this match so far, it's been all false profits. But Sharia, they need to get some energy going. They need to start taking the game to false profits. They need to put them under pressure, and they need to get that winger involved, because when he gets on the ball, he can do damage.
Well, what could this opportunity bring now? It's just spilling forward. As you say, the centre-back is really impressive for false profits. He's a strong presence, doesn't get flustered easily as well. He keeps his ground, normally winning most of those battles. Now here's the midfielder, trying to win that ball back, using his body to shield. And false profits eventually giving away the foul through their stop scorer. When they've seen them before on pitch 2, they've normally scored through breaking quickly from set pieces, actually. But the positioning of false profits is stopping them doing that. But that could change with their number 7. Nice inside pass, going for the shot. There's a deflection just to the left. It needed it. It really needed it there. Sharia just starting to sizzle now, Ryan.
Yeah, they're coming back into this game. False profits obviously with a really strong start, but I think Sharia know what's on the line. And in matches like this, moments really do matter. We saw it with the Manchester United goalkeeper. He had such a great tournament, and just one of his spills led to them heading out of the tournament in the quarter-finals.
Well, they are knocking on that door, Sharia. Starting to find a couple of creaks in the false profit defence. Pass down the middle, doesn't find anyone. Even our rain jacket clad left winger. I found it interesting, the different tops that we've seen. Some go for the full tracksuit, some go for... Well, it's a variety, isn't it? I think you could play a game of bingo, I think. But here we go, false profits through their scorer. Now some space down the middle. Midfielder tries to cut it off. And it comes to the centre-back. Back to the goalkeeper, who actually seemed to pick up a bit of an injury in the semi-final against Leicester. Really went badly down on his knee after making what was probably a match-winning save for them. But he is up now. And he's managed to hold them at bay this time. Half-time. False profits 1, Sharia 0. One flash of brilliance so far. That's what we said. We said it was going to be tight. And it certainly proved to be the case, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, they're both very strong teams. I think we've seen at the start, false profits, they started very quick. They got their goal. Sharia switched off for a moment. But now they've come back in the game. Sharia have had a couple chances, not really tested the keeper too much, but they're getting more involved in the game. We've seen false profits drop off a little bit, become a little bit more defensive. They need to get back to their structure, their way of playing. And I can see Sharia creeping in a goal if this does continue. So they need to sort it out.
Ryan, you're the captain of false profits out there right now. What are you saying?
I've been promoted. I would say that, you know, you can be caught in two minds in this, actually, and you just have to go for the win. You know, a lot of teams, you see it actually in the Champions League, and the trophy is modelled off it, is in the Champions League, you could be winning your first leg, and then going into the second leg, you choose to hold, or you choose to keep that 2-0 lead, but just you can't really play for a draw. You can't really hold on a 1-0 lead at half-time. You just have to go for it, carry on with that strategy, and I'm sure the game will become more and more open as the second half progresses, because Sharia is certainly not going to stand by and let the false profits just waltz to a 1-0 final win.
7 minutes. That is all that separates false profits right now from lifting the trophy. But standing in their way are a Sharia side, finding their feet on pitch 1 in this open final here at HFC Revival Football Tournament here in Croydon. So it needs to get started for our referee. And it will be Sharia to kick us off. They now kick it in the white strip from right to left. Rolls Profits in the navy from left to right. I can see just the intent in their goal scorer already. He is just saying, let's just get out there, get out there. Get that second goal as soon as you can. And our referee gets us underway. There goes the midfielder. He's got intentions of his own. Straight at the goal, and it fizzes right across the face. That is a message from him. He wants another goal. He scored. He was the reason that they beat Just Eats, one of the favourites in Group B. And actually, he were beaten by False Prophets. But now here come the False Prophets on the counter. It just goes beyond the winger. Has to go back to his defender. Working from the back again. That's what False Prophets have done throughout the tournament. They are happy to be patient. They are happy to wait for that opportunity. Well, foul is now given by our referee. 2 False Prophets. Patience seems to be the key word. And it gave them the lead. Can they get them a second goal? Nice little pass to find a scorer. Gets it out to the right, but it goes beyond his left foot. That would have been a massive impact. Well, that would have been, has been a brilliant start from False Prophet, combining that patience with that tenacity in their forward passing. It's putting them in the right places.
Yeah, as you saw there, they're moving the ball in the right places. They're playing the patient game, and they're waiting for their moments. And that's what you're seeing with False Prophets. Sharia, they really need to up the ante. They really need to get going. They had a good chance early on, but they really need to get their guys involved. Otherwise, this game is not going to go their way.
Sharia just looking to each other, looking into each other's eyes. Can they find a response? Well, calls for VAR. I suppose that comes from us. Yes. There's calls for feet in the area, so this could be critical because this could be a penalty to False Prophets. And if they get it and they score it, that mountain gets a lot steeper for Sharia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've never seen, we don't have VAR in the Championship and the League One, but we only have it here at the HFC Revival Football Tournament 2022. Just shows you the efforts that we're going to make sure that we give that fairness and consistency. From reviewing the incident myself, I think there's definitely worth a check, but I am hearing that there's no penalty.
No, they've had a look back on the footage and they're saying that it's not a penalty. No penalty. Sharia stay in their game. That could be critical from a mental perspective as well here, giving Sharia that extra boost of momentum. False Prophets maybe just losing their initial momentum. Now here comes Sharia, just looking for some space, but great covering run. And they can just push it back to their keeper. As the rain start coming down again here in Croydon. Sharia hoping that it can start raining goals for them. Can they brew up a storm of attack? This foul could help them do that. They just need that clear chance on goal. That could be it. Just goes over the crossbar though. Didn't quite set himself, he was under a lot of pressure. Wasn't quite able to set that opportunity. So the fact that it's gone overhead height will be False Prophets to take. Oh, well no, so there's a foul. So no, there's a foul, and it's actually going to be a Sharia opportunity again. The ball is certainly bouncing their way. They've got a man out on the left. They could pass it to him. They were trying to find him, but it was well read by the. That's been the key for the False Prophets there, hasn't it? Is their defence. It's been really strong from them.
Well, it's a testament to the coaching that they've had, and playing for HFC 11 aside, they've been coached by none other than Kazim Walji, and he's coached these boys in his way with his philosophy, and he's made them a lot more disciplined, and he's tried to really improve not only the technique but the mentality of the boys, and I think that's what you're seeing here today, a really disciplined performance.
Over so many games, it is the key, isn't it? It's the key to keep your consistency, keep your cohesiveness, and that is what they've done. They've done it so well. That ball just going into the corner. Well, they might be able to keep it alive here. Great work from the forward. Comes back to the middle. And now Sharia have won it back. Oh, the gap was just closed off. The left winger was running in and he had an open space ready to pounce on goal. But it was closed off, as we've just mentioned. The defensive mechanisms working fluidly for False Prophets. And now they create a counter-attack that moves from one end to the other. There goes the shot. Brilliant save from the Sharia goalkeeper with his feet. But you feel like they're coming again. The ball deflects. But it will come back to the keeper. It's just starting to go again to False Prophets, right?
Yeah, they're just starting to reassert their authority in this game. And as the rain pours down, they are starting to flood forward by way of attack.
It is really starting to come down now. Bucket loads of chances. Seeing how many more puns we can put in there, to be honest with you. The goalkeeper's happy to just let it dribble along. Nice feet. But Sharia just seems to have lost that little bit of connectivity between their players. I think it's more like they're just trying to get onto the ball as opposed to really defending together. It's more trying to hold them at bay in any way they can, rather than a cohesive defensive unit. And it allows False Prophets to just chip away at them like an opportunity here. He puts it across the face. Can he get it back in? Not quite, but those are the types of opportunities that come up when you play like that. Probably a couple of minutes left of this game. It's final, the Open Tournament. False Prophets leading 1-0. That's a great turn. But again, he's muscled off the ball. This is our scorer. Lovely control. There's a twist. Sharia take it back. Oh, a little error. Nice shimmy. Everything working for False Prophets at the moment. And it's elected again.
Oh, we know that.
And it just goes back to the keeper, and you just feel like False Prophets are just counting down those minutes to their impending glory. It's what it seems like. They're calling for the press. There's so much space for the players as well, but Sharia, they deserve to be here, absolutely. But False Prophets just appearing to be on a bit of a different level here.
Yeah, I think it just shows the two different styles, as we mentioned earlier. We said that False Prophets were going to come in and they were going to play possession football, move the ball around and try and, work down Sharia Borders FC. And Sharia, they haven't really stuck to their game plan, to what their strengths are, which is, attack the wings fast, get that ball in there and take those early shots. They've kind of let False Prophets dictate the game, and that's, I think, where they faltered.
Perhaps one last chance if they can get themselves together. There's a foul. Maybe this is it. One last strike for Sharia, perhaps. Or will False Prophets deny them their opportunity? It's a wonderful sight, this. Two teams giving it everything in order to lift that trophy. Even in the conditions as we see them. There goes the long shot. There was almost a deflection off the centre-back, but it takes it away. And just as that happens, it's False Prophets who are singing in the rain. Sharia have done so well to get here, but it just wasn't clicking for them in the final. One piece of brilliance that caught even us out was what won it for False Prophets. That's what they've done throughout the day, Ryan, and it's got them that trophy.
Yeah, they steamrolled through the group, actually. We watched them on this pitch, and they were clear favourites throughout the first group. They come into the knockout stages. They were tested. They were tested by Just Eat. That was the closest game, actually. And they fell behind in that contest. And with the games being so short and tight, actually, that can be so critical. But they've found a way through, and to be honest, they've been standouts for me in the tournament. Delighted to see that somebody from Group A has emerged as the winner of the trophy.
Ali, I'll give you the last word of analysis on that game that we've just seen.
Yeah, I think we saw the best team won on the day. False Prophets thoroughly deserved it. They played their way. They played the HFC way, which was the most important thing. And, throughout the whole tournament, throughout the whole day, they've been the strong favourites. They were the favourites coming into this tournament. They won the previous tournament. They've come here. They've done it again. I called them the Nearly Men in the previous match show, saying that they've only won one. Is it going to be a one-time wonder? But they've shown and proven everyone they can do it again. And now they're going to be a force to reckon with in forward tournaments. And Hamza Khan, he's come here. He's shown his quality. He's shown his brilliance. And I think he's shown that he is the MVP of this tournament. And it should go to him.
Well, there we go. Hamza Khan, the king, leading the way for the false prophets. As you say, time can be... They say time is a healer, but it is also a way of bringing improvement, and that's what it's done for the false prophets, who have made their way to glory in this open tournament here at HFC Revival Football Tournament. All that's left now to say is thank you so much for watching. My thanks to Ryan Critchin, my co-commentator, to our pundits, to everybody who's helped put this on, and also to you for watching along. We hope you've enjoyed the football. It's been an entertaining, if wet, day here at the Monks Hill Sports Centre in Croydon. We're all about to go in and get warm again here in June. But right now, say thank you. See you next year. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much.